Thank you, respected dignitaries. I request you to be seated now. I now request Dr. Prasad Vaingankar sir to help Honorable VC sir to release the 15th issue of IPHA Maharashtra branch newsletter. This newsletter is not just newsletter is not just a mirror of various activities which are performed by the organization and Maharashtra branch of Indian Public Health Association, but also it is a platform for public health practitioners across the state to present their views, their initiatives, their innovative practices, and experiences in the field. While we go further, this has been the 15th issue of IPHA Maharashtra branch newsletter. The newsletter is being edited by Dr. Prasad Vaingankar himself and Dr. Sarika Patil. As we wait for the moment for the inauguration, I again welcome all the dignitaries here present with us. We also have our students of community medicine and public health who are connected with us in person as well as virtually. I am honored and privileged to welcome you all for this CME. The CME is a unique subject, is based on a unique subject that is 1.6 billion lives, infinite possibilities when India reaches 2047. We can now have the inauguration unveiling of the 15th volume of the newsletter. I request all the dignitaries to help. I now request Dr. Prasad Vaingankar sir to speak, as I request all distinguished dignitaries to unveil.
Dear all, we are on this occasion of this CME with reference to the World Population Day. We would also like to inform you with pleasure that MGM Institute of Health Sciences and MGM Medical College, Navi Mumbai, is organizing a joint state conference of Indian Public Health Association and Indian Preventive and Social Medicine, which will be the 20th state conference. And I request now to inaugurate the website of this conference on this occasion. So the theme of the conference is Research Frontier, Public Health Always. we greet all of you and welcome you to join this conference in January 2024. The conference will be on 5th and 6th January 2024. The website will be further developed for the registration soon. And Mahatma Gandhi Mission Trust and then MGM IHS and MGM Medical College Navi Mumbai welcomes you for the conference. Thank you.
Sir, it is indeed a matter of pride and pleasure to be a part of esteemed organizations and to carry forward the legacy of stalwarts in community medicine and public health in India. I request Honorable VC Sir to address this August gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Offline present in this room, as well as all the faculty members, as well as the delegates who have joined online on behalf of MGM Institute of Health Sciences, Navi Mumbai, and Indian Public Health Association, Maharashtra Bank, who has jointly organized this particular webinar on India 2047, 1.6 billion lives. That is the expected population by that and infinite possibilities. I am very happy to welcome all the eminent speakers in this particular field. Professor Dr. Sanjay Dholpe, Air Vice Marshal Raju Balwar, Dr. Uday Shankar Mishra, Dr. Sanghamitra Ghosh, Dr. Prakash Doke, Dr. Harshad Thakur. I also welcome our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nitin Kadam sir, Dr. Prasad Vaingankar, and all the Dr. Akarte madam, and all the faculty members, the office bearers of the Maharashtra chapter of the IPHA for this particular webinar. As such, as far as population is concerned, this 22-23 is somewhat changing line in the sense that India has become the most populous country in the month of April 2023. The world has also crossed the 8 billion marks in the month of November 2022. And as the population, we are in the stage of, if we see the demography, the late expanding, but the population, if it is stabilized, then it is better to plan all the things. And as per UN report, by 2047 to 2050, in this particular phase, India will reach the plateau of the highest population that may be up to 160 crores to 168 crores, in between that particular range. And then the population will become stationary or may start declining after that. Looking at this particular thing, we have discussed that our planning, particularly with that particular 2047 as a mark for all the sectors, for the population, when we are planning this planning process, the expectation as per the beneficiaries, that is to be done in all the fields. And today in the webinar, as all the health fields, the matters will be deliberated, and that will be really the academic feast for all the participants during this particular webinar. Once again, I welcome you, MGM Institute of Health Sciences, which are NAC accredited institute with grade A++. We are having 2 campuses, one at Navi Mumbai and the other at Aurangabad, and the 7 colleges at Navi Mumbai with 2 medical colleges, nursing college, physiotherapy college, biomedical sciences college, and prosthetics and orthotics college. At Aurangabad, also the medical college, physiotherapy college, and biomedical sciences college. We are having all the UG, PG, and the doctoral programs. Those are being running. And these allied health programs, we are also providing the health manpower, doctor populations, and the allied population also. So the health manpower required for the country will be declared for the doctors also, and also the allied professionals, what will be the requirement. And with this, not taking much time, once again, I welcome you and thank you very much. And madam, you can start with further proceedings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, for your words of wisdom. They always guide us. I now request Dr. Nitin Kadam, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor. Right, sir. Sir, since we have Dr. Sanghamitra Ghosh, madam, who is joined from city of Kolkata, who is the national president of Indian Public Health Association. I request madam to please say a few words to all the participants.
Very good morning to all of you, all the dignitaries offline and online, and all the delegates, my dear members. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So it's my great privilege and honor to be present here today and welcome you to this CME. I thank you, Dr. Prashad and Dr. Aslesha, who are mastermind behind this CME. And as you are, you know that I could not come, but I'm really missing this. I'll join again for the panel because this is a very pertinent topic today, because India is presently in a state of transition economically, demographically, and epidemiologically, in terms of health also. Over the last decades has seen remarkable economic development, and particularly in terms of gross domestic product growth rate. Unfortunately, this progress is accompanied by growing disparities between the rich and the poor. So we will discuss all these things. There are 1.6 billion in 2047, and we are expecting, and there is really infinite possibilities. We'll discuss it on the whole day. And I think all the participants will be benefited with this and will take a good message to the policymakers. I hope our voice will reach the policymakers. Thank you very much. Congratulate you for the conference, this CME, and I'll join again during the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. But your words always guide, help all the public health disciples across the country. I now request Dr. Gajanan Vendhar, sir, who has joined this esteemed panel today. This is CME from Ratnagiri. Sir is the president of IPHA Maharashtra branch. Sir,
I think I missed Dr. Vellal's name. So welcome you, sir,
Yeah.
on behalf of MGM Institute of Health Sciences. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can you all hear me? Ashlesha?
yes, sir, we can hear you.
Good morning, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, sir, Honorary Vice Chancellor, MGM Institute of Health Sciences, Dr. Nitin Kadam, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sanjay Dhorpe, sir, Dr. Prakash Doke, sir, Dr. Sulbha Akarte, madam, and all those who are not physically present over there, Dr. Prasad Maingankar, sir, and all the staff members of Department of Community Medicine at MGM Medical College, and all the delegates who are present physically as well as who are present in large number online. On behalf of IPHA Maharashtra chapter, a warm welcome to all of you in this CME, which is jointly organized by Department of Community Medicine, MGM Medical College, and IPHA Maharashtra chapter. The theme of the title of the CME is India 2047, 1.6 billion infinite opportunity. Let me first of all tell that I wanted to be present over there physically, but unfortunately I could not because of certain unavoidable reasons. I'm sorry for the same. I must thank at this moment to Dr. Prasad Mangankar. I must congratulate him for organizing this wonderful CME as a part of observance of World Population Day. And if we go through the program, we are going to be very lucky to listen to a very reputed, well-known stalwarts in public health, Dr. Sanjay Jodpe sir, Dr. Doke sir, Dr. Sangamitra Ghosh madam, and all other speakers and panelists who are going to appear in this CME or in the entire day. We know that the theme for this particular World Population Day 2023, that is unleashing the power of gender equality, uplifting the voices of women and girls to unlock our world's infinite possibilities. It highlights the importance to initiate some initiatives or take some actions beyond limiting ourselves only to undertake the measures to reduce the population size. There are many other aspects of population like gender equality, maternal health, poverty, sex violence, domestic violence, etc. Now, all these perspectives also have to be looked into by all those who are working in the field of public health. Now, population sizes are definitely going to change, which is inevitable. What is good, what is bad, we really do not know. But the important thing is that we have to have a resilient system to address all the needs of the population which is existing as on today. Even total fertility rate is also declining. We are witnessing that total fertility rates are also declining as on today. And there is nothing like the total fertility rate of so and so is good and so is bad. The important thing is that this total fertility rate ultimately should be expressing the autonomy of the women and autonomy of the individual to take decisions in these respects on their own. Now, I am sure that the deliberations, discussions which are going to take place in the entire day will definitely enrich all the delegates to look beyond the family planning measures into other aspects of population. And I wish all the best to the organizers, Dr. Prasad Mangankar and his team, all the best for the further proceedings of this particular CME. Thank you very much. Thank you once for all.
Thank you very much, sir. We really thank you for that rise of yours. Now, without much ado, we invite for our first session of the day, Dr. Udaya Shankar Mishra, sir. Sir is a statistician and demographer. He is a professor in Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics in the International Institute of Population Sciences, Mumbai. Formerly a professor at the Center for Development Studies, Trivandrum, Kerala, India. He is engaged in research and teaching on population and development issues and has a number of national and international publications to his credit. We welcome you, sir, for this CME, and we look forward to your talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to you all, respected dignitaries, the participants of this CME. And in fact, I first of all take this opportunity to thank for me giving this opportunity to share my thoughts on this particular most pertinent topic of the day. We had in the Institute a World Population Day celebrated on 11th of July. Everyone knows. In fact, this year has been very significant for India being a population billionaire and on the top of the population hierarchy that we surpass China in terms of population size. This has really generated a lot of anxieties, a lot of curiosities all around the world as to, are we going to have the benefit of this large population size? Are we going to be distinct in terms of harnessing its dividends to betterment of the society? Could we be one of those leaders in the world, not merely in count of population, but also guiding the population with regard to arts carrying capacity, of which we have a disproportionate share? When I was invited to speak on this occasion, I thought of sharing this quote that, we have been also in a very unfortunate circumstance today, where we don't have a population count of the recent times of 2021. And being a demographer, that doesn't become a handicap for us, because we often have population counts projected to the most accurate level possible. And what we are discussing today is also on the same premise that 1.6 billion lives of India is a projected population when India completes 100 years of independence. With this topic being not only relevant, this topic has multiple concern for scientists, researchers working in variety of areas. Therefore, I consider that I will give my input as a demographer and try to keep it as diverse as possible to address numerous variety of concern connected with it as it was introduced about this topic just now. Next, please. Yeah. So the first thing that I wanted to share is that we must know that India 2022 and India 2050, it is actually India 2047, is just a marker of 100 years of independence. But I just put in front of you India's population future and dividend derivative. And that has been the key concern that is getting debated almost for the last 15, 20 years. If you see people who are not core demographers, but India's population count, India's population structure, India's demographic dividend window, India's gain from the demographic dividend, all this has been particularly discussed all around for a long period of time now. If you look at this, what you see basically is that a reflection which comes in front of us regarding the population structure that we have today and the population structure that we will have tomorrow. Here, only thing one can watch is that the working years of life or the working age population is getting more concentrated. And from the bottom, there is a proportionate balance to the age beyond working ages, and beyond working ages also. You see what you see in 2022 as a narrow peak, you find a little wider peak, which conveys you that we will have a burden of elderly population. I shouldn't use the word burden less necessarily, but we will have a count of elderly population, which will be, given our population size, a greater magnitude that's of concern, that's of matter which we should take into consideration in planning. Next, please. You see, when it comes to growing population of India, starting from media to everybody else, you will get this word. And in fact, I myself was a party to speaking on this very topic, that India's population boon or bane. And in fact, India's population size has always been a concern. So let me actually, little divide it out, actually, split it out in terms of consideration of discussion, that when we have growing population size, we often feel that there is a greater population, therefore there is a low opportunity. This greater population opportunity doesn't remain fixed. We look at opportunity in a dynamic sense, and how a great or a large population size can be coexisting with better opportunities. The boon aspect of it is basically the higher workforce. That means the workforce here, as you saw the structure shown to you. Similarly, one concern in Bain dimension, if you look at it, when population size increases, everything that is computed in per capita terms looks that you have a larger population size, the per capita share comes down. Though I write low per capita income, in fact, many other resources are also termed in indicators where population size becomes a denominator and conveys that you have a per capita availability which is very low. Then comes health, wealth, and wellness. Because when large population size, catering to it in terms of ensuring better health is in terms of seeing that what is its structure, who requires health, whose health needs are we addressing. It is not merely the large number, it's composition. And again, in Bain aspect of growing population has been always discussed as regard poverty, as regard adversity, as regard hunger, as regard unemployment, as regard all kinds of deprivations that comes into place. But on the boon side, I have put parallelly that you have a greater quantum of workforce, you have a greater duration, the workforce swells and remains swelled in the structure as you observed, as well as the decline in total fertility rate, along with survival gains, gives you increasing longevity, calls for better healthcare. Because if human beings, in fact, if you look at India's comparison that you are doing from 1947 to 2047, we have really gained the survival aspect very significantly from a 30-odd years of life expectancy to reaching 70 within a period of 75 years is not a small achievement. But this longevity increase also threatens in many ways as regard ensuring better healthcare, ensuring better quality of life. And finally, the boon aspect is that if we have a large population, if we take the dividend of this population in a significant manner, could we become the largest economy in the world, which is getting spoken very frequently with regard to whether we are actually in the process of becoming the topmost economy of the world in terms of ranking, going from 5th rank to the 3rd rank to the 1st rank. Will population size help us? This question still remains. Next, please. Now I say that if you have a, population size concern, if you look at, in the world, population size concerns are hinting towards population stabilization, and post-stabilization, it becomes population decline. In the transition phase, once we reach stabilization, from population growth rate declining to reaching a stage of stabilization takes a while. And India's population stabilization will take a while because of the concept, what we say is momentum of population growth. So if worldwide, if you look at, then population declined by 1% in 61 nations. That means they may be small nations, but in the world, when we compare, already 61 nations have been experiencing population decline by 1%. Population in least developed countries, if we talk about 2/3 of global population in low fertility environment. It's not that the global population is going to grow infinitely. This is some positive aspect of the fact that 2/3 of global population is in low fertility environment. When I say low fertility environment means replacement level of fertility of total fertility rate of 2.1. And when I talk about slow population growth, population decline, is there a threat of sovereignty? When I say this question, the small nations who are already on the verge or experiencing negative population decline, this is also to be taken note of. Are they in the threat of sovereignty of their nations? Because will they develop different strategies to keep a sustainable population to maintain their sovereign status in the world? Next, please. Now, population dividend derivatives can be seen in these 3 steps. One is population concerns have always been triggered by the per capita valuations. Why I say that? I, in fact, sometimes refer to per capita valuations with a word called per capita hangover. Because often many of the adversities, many of the opportunities we described in indicators where denominator becomes the population size, the population total. But we forget one thing, that in per capita valuations of indicators as they are commonly made are particularly ignoring the population composition, whether population count matters or its composition. In fact, population count matters, and the comparison that we do by making population count a denominator should take into consideration the composition to make a reasonable comparison or a reliable comparison, I would say. So opportunities in demographic dividend that is talked in the town largely is that in count, it's an advantage, and challenges are making the rising count encased in right capabilities. That means while we compute a per capita computation of any adversity or any opportunity, the indicator that we get, if it takes into account the composition of the population and makes a comparison, and that composition should be equally weighed with the kind of right capabilities that is put into the population to have that count not counted as an adversity, but counted as an opportunity. Next, please. That also I raised in the beginning, that we are one thing excited about is, compared to even low fertility situation, the improved longevity that has come our way is posing a challenge as well as it offers an opportunity. If you look at this graph that I put for you, this gives you a global as well as regional scenario of actually the total fertility rate. This is about convergence of fertility. As I was mentioning, that reproduction aspect all around the world, whether it is high somewhere now, even at a range of total fertility rate of 4, that also shows a tendency which has come down from a total fertility rate of 7 plus to come down to this, and the end tail of it, you can see world regions are converging in terms of reproduction. But this need not be seen as an achievement. This need not be seen only as a decline in fertility, where actually we are going to get a stable population, we are going to get a stationary population, we are going to get a population which is in our control, and it is not going to infinitely grow. What is more important is actually implications of this. Implications of this are not viewed by common people who are engaged merely with this hangover of per capita. Why I say this? Because these transitions which you see in demography do not appear in isolation. They appear in terms of implication to household composition. They appear in terms of implication for inequality. They appear in terms of implication for labor force. Let me first tell you a little about how does this transition affect household composition. It should not miss our vision on the fact that the transition that is experienced in India, a transition which is actually leading to a decelerating population growth, is not in isolation because there are household compositions which are transforming by itself. Because it is household composition, not the average household size. The average household size ought to decrease with declining fertility. But the composition that it actually entails in terms of households with no children, households with no married women of reproductive ages, households with only elderly, households with no adult member, these are compositional aspects which have implications when we plan for the population. So population transition does not happen in isolation other than overlooking this aspect of household composition. The second thing is about inequality. How does this transition affect inequality? This transition affects inequality because when this reduction in low fertility happens, it does not happen for everybody. We talk about averages. So there are households with larger number of children, there are households with no children. If you actually look at the current statistics and analyze, which is coming as PLFS surveys, it will indicate to you that India's children themselves are unequally placed because of the fact that there are something like 30 to 40% of top economic status household, which I say if you distribute them in wealth quintiles on the upper hierarchy of income level, you find in these households, out of the total children, 14% of the children are in the Q5, that is in the richmost household. Whereas in the bottom, if you see, 37% of the total children of India are in the bottommost quintile of the economic hierarchy. This itself conveys that our children themselves are not equal. So in opportunities, imagine the difference that it will generate when these children grow to adulthood in terms of opportunities and capabilities that we can put in. Similarly, this has also an implication on labor force. The labor force, when we say, it is again taken in aggregation as to 15 to 59 or 15 to 60 ages. In fact, they should not be compared as an aggregate. What needs to be compared is that in this 15 to 59, if you split them into three groups, the average entry into young workforce is larger in some of the Indian states where still persistence of high fertility in relative terms like Bihar and Madhya Pradesh, but you have same workforce which must be wider, which must be bigger, but the workforce themselves in structure tends to be having population of late ages in the workforce. And these things, these changes, if not taken accurately, incorporated into computation of indicators, then perhaps we are missing the point of comparison and we are making a comparison that's not eligible. Next, please. Look at this. It is basically a commonest indicator that people take. India's demographic opportunity, when they analyze, they look at dependency ratio. As India's working age population expands, India's working age population is 15 to 59, and commonly, you know, the dependency ratio is computed against this particular population. Then you look at the levels by 2011 to 2051, we will shift in terms of dependent population. In terms of dependent population, we will have fixed 61%, 65%, and 62%, meager difference. More than 60% of the total population will be in the working ages, and dependency ratio will stick to be varying very minutely from 39% to 38%. This change itself gives us a hope. It's a very positive thing. But this has to be not assumed away, in the sense that when we say working age population, that working age population has to be productive, that working age population has to be capable, that working age population had to be fit for the evolving markets, labor market circumstances. And those are things which has to be taken note of if we want to really have the positive reflection of this, which I put in front of you, that dependency ratio itself tells India's demographic opportunity. As you can see, from 61% to 62%, in between 65% in 2031, this itself says 60% of your working population will be there. So dependency will not become a threat, provided this working population is effectively productive. Next, please. Another aspect, which is also an alluring aspect, which is in the demographic discussion for a long time, is the aging derivative of the population transition. The aging derivative of the population transition, if you look at this map, when I say of aging derivative, I do not put only the aging population. I look at the entire structure. You have 0 to 14, you have ages of 15 to 24, you have 25 to 64. Why I put 25 to 64 is effectively in global terms, we don't consider the working age as 15 to 59 anymore for an international comparison. Therefore, I have put 25 to 64. And if you take this for India, you can see that actually the global population share of 65 plus rise from 10% to 60%, the global sense. And the global sense, this always in the global sense, you have, just now I told you, we will have 60% working age population. But if you look at globally, actually, it is important to point this, that global projections have a share of elderly population, which is extremely threatening in terms of the share. But the count, when we take, its population count will be larger in our country given our large population size. But one of the facts that I wanted to highlight here is that often these counts are merely population aging. Therefore, I wanted to spend a minute to tell you what is the difference between population aging versus individual aging. Population aging is a phenomenon that we read, which is a structural perspective, which is put in front of you now. And this structural perspective actually does not seem to be changing any trend pattern given the rising longevity. The population aging will show there is a proportion of aged population which is going to rise. But the aspect of individual aging is very important. Individual aging is not an structural construct. Individual aging is a construct which relates to survival. How are people surviving? To give an example, in 30 years back, what was the proportion of a 40-year-old to live till 80? And now, what is the proportion of people who are 40 will live till 80 will be significantly larger. So when we talk about individual aging is the concern that should be taken into account when we read aging in real perspective, not in count, because the counts are cumulated counts, and age structural perspective actually tells you population aging, but it doesn't talk about individual aging. Individual aging is completely different from population aging, and these two differential dimensions are never mentioned when we talk about aging derivative of population transition. Next, please. Another issue which has been also in completely common discourse everywhere is the demographic dividend. And a large part of socioeconomic literature today doesn't miss this word demographic dividend. So I wanted to actually inform you that it is not the demographic dividend per se, but the duration of demographic dividend that matters. The duration of demographic dividend matters. Also, it depends on the pace of the transition. The pace of the transition is basically population transition takes place in differential pace in different countries. For your information, I put here, for Japan, it started in 1964, and 40 years duration, their demographic dividend situation ended in 2004. For Italy, it started with 1984, it ended in 2002. Republic of Korea, similarly in 2027. For Spain, it is 2014. For China, it is 2031, which will be ahead of us. And we are the beneficiary that we will be having this dividend till 2055. One thing you observe that the dividend opportunity started late for us and it will stay late for us. For some, it started very early, but the duration that we are enjoying is about 37 years, equal to China, undoubtedly. But China's pace of transition was so fast that they lose the duration of demographic dividend. In reality, we started in 1994 and ends in 2031, very few years from now. But we may continue to reap the dividend, which is basically the dividend demographic window, almost for a duration of 37 years, which is quite large, though comparable with China. And if you look at Republic of Korea, they maintained this dividend duration till something like 40 years. So this is how we should actually rate and read demographic dividend otherwise, globally comparing across countries. Next, please. The pace of transition, which I was referring to, is pretty important in Indian context also to watch. I showed you globally, but in Indian context across Indian states also, this pace of transition has been very different. For instance, Kerala's demographic window is closed because Kerala's demographic transition began very fast, very early in the 60s and early 70s and continued for a period of time. Here I have actually designated an all India projection for 2061, where your 60+% reaches by 2061 to 25.7% in right-hand side of the graph, which you can see. But I have actually, against India, India's window will close in 15 years from now. That is in 2037, undoubtedly, and it is because of the states where window is fully open are Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar. Against windows closing in a decade from now is Karnataka, Odisha, Himachal Pradesh, Maharashtra, Jammu Kashmir, and others. And if you look at window closing now and window already closed, so this thing is that we have this demographic diversity in our country. In our country, we have regions. Because of this demographic diversity, we have an advantage as well, because we are able to cope up with the kind of consequences of this fast transition, the kind of implication that it has on the labor force to actually adjust the population in terms of getting the opportunities for their growing working age population elsewhere. And we are also able to cater to the global workforce in many ways, which is expected in a few years from now in a much more intense manner than what it is today. Next, please. Now, let me say demographic dividend is actually understood in this, I title it as simplicity versus adequacy. What is demographic dividend? As I have been showing you actually population structures, demographic dividend is called the comparative advantage of your population versus other population, taking into account dependency and working age. But what is more crucial is not the quantum versus quality. But one can't say that you can make a quality comparison across situations, but it is very important to take quality adjustment to the quantum when we talk about dividend comparison in terms of the strength of the dividend. But then there arises a question, this simple way of talking that working age population is growing, therefore India is at an advantage, is perhaps very simplistic. Because these growing quantum needs to be equally equipped with skills and capabilities that quantum will stand comparative to the world working population or the international working population of the day to day. But then this raises a question, what is optimal? What is optimal in terms of dividend? Optimality is basically the kind of dependency that is ideal, the kind of dependency that should be there that is desirable. So when we talk about optimality, this optimality is not in our hand, but only clue that we get is that this optimality could be obtained from the situation that you have optimal strength of the count, and that optimal strength of the count is sustained for a longer period of time, which I said demographic window. And that window actually offers you the space and the time to equip this population with capabilities that will see the labor market requirements globally. Next, please. Now, I talk about demographic diversity just now, but in this slide, I wanted to actually say that there are a variety of dimensions in we talk about demographic diversity. Demographic diversity is not limited to the pace of transition across the Indian states, but demographic diversity has certain features. Those features are actually put here. What I say is this diversity needs inclusion, and this inclusion will lead to equality. And if you look at every term that I have put on the slide in a newspaper piece page structure, it tells you that demographic diversity is not purely counts, but also the aspects of poverty, the aspects of discrimination, the aspects of disadvantages, the aspects of urban disaster. You have many issues within it, which actually needs to be put in together for an understanding of real demographic diversity. And these aspects are very important because these aspects have their own bearing on the two prominent parameters that we are talking of in terms of reproduction and longevity, because they are averages, all said and done. And we can't actually close our eyes and get happy with the averages unless otherwise we look at its spread, we look at the diverse India's various characteristics domain of spread as regard this nature. Therefore, this slide gives you any missed feature that you can think of. It gets accommodated within demographic diversity. Next, please. So just to give you a picture of the district, this is from one of my book, which recently I brought out, titled as Demographic and Development Divide in India. This tells you one on right side is Maternal and Child Health Index. The other one is a District Development Index. What we're trying to do in this book, an exercise to see the response pattern of demographic response to development and development response to demographic outcomes. It's a two-way process, but we were trying to figure it out because of the availability of district level information these days. We have created a district level index in which you can see that your development divide map and the maternal and child health divide map actually tells you that there is a response pattern between development and health. So this development index is one, where actually you see the red zones are actually less than 0.43 or 109 districts, but the same thing you have 0 to 0.2, which is the maternal and child health index. Those red zones are much more rarer. That means there is not a match in the first place, and second place, there is not also a parallel in terms of count and pattern. Therefore, this picture depicts that India's demographic and development divide reading is a very interesting one, and it actually throws out a lot of puzzles, lot of kind of, connection match fails. You have no development. There is development, demographic achievements. There are no achievement in demography, and also there is development. Therefore, one should not read it in simplistic terms, but this is an exercise I wanted to put in front of you to recognize that how India's demographic and development diversity places itself, or it shows itself in terms of indicators. Next, please. Now I come down to the most important part. Till now I have talked about reproduction and longevity, but this becomes a very important thing, that global population imbalance. The only answer that remains is international migration. International migration is the only balancer, because reversal of fertility trends are rarely possible. So in countries like United States, Germany and all, they had a kind of, what is the kind of migration that was there? Migration shared to the total population. Migration share to the total population in UAE, for instance. If you look at migration share to the total population in places like Canada, which is attracting a lot of international migrants, in Australia, which is attracting large number of migrants. This map tells me a kind of an onset. This is a World Economic Forum's map, which tells that global population imbalance, on which also I wrote a small commentary in Economic and Political Weekly, that actually global population imbalance will slowly go towards balancing, and the only thing that will play a role is international migration. International migration will be the reality of tomorrow to make a global population balance. Next, please. Now comes, is this dividend that we talked about is absolute? Demographic advantage doesn't appear in seclusion, I have explained. Need for social security with long years of working lives, because of the fact that people will work longer, otherwise the longevity that they are going to live will give us a kind of a quantum of years of protecting social security, which will be large. Therefore, rethinking needs to be made in terms of how long people should work, how long people should remain active in working years, and plus aspirational difference between generations. This is very important in dividend debate. Dividend debate only talks about quantum, quality, and its advantages. But one need not overlook this aspect. We are talking of generation of people coming into workforce. There is a differential aspiration. When I intend to talk about differential aspiration, it is because today's youth and tomorrow's youth and yesterday's youth cannot be compared in terms of aspiration. These aspirations are not merely coming from the differential skills and capabilities that they have, but the differential family and bringing up that they have, opportunities that they have. So they are completely different. So in that regard, it is important that we also take note of aspirational differences in the calculus of reading demographic dividend, not merely in absolute terms. Next, please. Now comes the other side of the story, that is basically with rising longevity, what is happening to the burden of disease and epidemiological transition, which will be of interest to the large audience here who are from the medical field, is that major causes of death. There is a shift, which you can see between 1990 and 2016. The shift seems to be non-communicable diseases taking over, and the life expectancy at birth is actually the greatest contribution to its rise has come from control of communicable and maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases and injuries. But in fact, non-communicable diseases keep getting up, and the share being moving from 37% to 62% in a period of how many years? 26 years. Is really a challenge which calls for consideration when we talk about burden of disease. And that burden of disease, I've given you a table from 1990 to 2016. How are these burden assessment, which is done globally, have been shifting from diarrheal diseases, the burden 12.4% shifts to 4.6%. But you have iron deficiency anemia, which was 2.1%, moved up to 3.5%. So this basically new top 10 list, I can't put the whole list, but basically the burden of disease shift is another reality of the rising longevity and the epidemiological transition that is underway in the globe. Next, please. Now comes to low fertility. I am giving evidence to the story that I made because of the fact that you have low fertility and familial transition. The familial transition gives you here NFHS 5, 1921. The tabulations indicate, if you look at this map, percentage of single person households are 4% in India. Is that not a matter of concern? Percentage of female-headed households are 13%. Is that not a matter of concern? 5% of the households with no working member at all. That means you have that household needs more social security. Percentage of households with no literate member. That household is in terms of capability difference at the best disadvantage that can be. Households have an elderly population 31%. According to the NFHS 5 2019-21, that means 1/3 of the households have elderly. And these percentages, again, I must remind, these are aggregate averages again. The composition in which these households are or these adversities surface are completely different because these adversities, households with elderly population and their composition matters as to, I always say, a disabled person in a household does not have the equal disadvantage. Disability is a disadvantage. We count them without considering its co-residence conditions. The co-residence conditions makes a big difference to a given disability. Therefore, it is important to take, if you look at this particular presentation that I make for you, it is referring to 2019-21. Low fertility has a familial transition which need not be ignored when we talk about planning and doing policies for addressing adversities. Next, please. Dividend, I will give a global outlook. Population feature is an advantage, labor multiplies the capital. That is what is dividend about in a global outlook. Because labor increases, it is the capital cannot multiply by itself, it has to multiply with labor. Imbalance in population distribution is addressed with mobility across nations. I indicated already. Convergence in capability. Capability catch-up serves as a balancer of numbers. That means if you do address the capability component, then the convergence that you see, these convergence, basically some are less capable, some are more capable. There is a principle of equivalence to be applied when we count these numbers for assessing convergence. Most populated serve towards filling up the need for sustainability because most populated regions will actually be an asset for the global balance in terms of sustainability of population needs in regions, and population surplus regions will actually provide population for the population in need regions. So least populated to address the question of sustainability, and the more populated need to address the question of quality, which will give them the convergence comparison between populations. Next, please. So another aspect which was also mentioned in the intro today by somebody was introducing this workshop is the gendered aspect. Dividend, a gendered reading. I read dividend in gendered reading when you do up the dividend globally. What you find, you look at in gender gap in India and labor force participation. That has been a very, very important concern during last 1 decade, where every conditions that looks or that indicates that women labor force should rise because there is less of reproduction, they are free from reproduction, they are available for work, but they are not found in workforce. It's not that they're not found in workforce, they do not want to work. But if you look at the labor market has its own bias for which it is not able to accommodate women labor force to a large extent. Secondly, unemployment rate of 2017-18 indicates that which sector does accommodate more female labor. In the right side chart, you can see that why actually this unemployment exists. And finally, I have also given that percentage distribution of person by usual status in 2017-18. As they are reflected, you can see that the total amount of labor force that is there, how that is different from male and female. If you look at in female, you have the percentage of female workforce attended domestic duty or engaged in free collection of goods such as firewood. This is estimated to be something like 44.2%. But if you look at in male, this composition itself shows the kind of stereotype pattern that we have between male and female labor force participation. Therefore, when we talk about dividend, unless we do a detailed gendered reading of this dividend, then we are perhaps losing the dividend only because of the fact that there is a lack of female labor force. Next, please. Now, the other aspect is gendered wage gap. Gendered wage gap, actually, national average women get 32% less. It is not equal money for equal work. Kerala accounts for highest daily rural wage in the country and biggest gender gap as well. Odisha villages, women get less than 70% of what men get. Uttarakhand stands out with women earning slightly more than men in urban areas. Haryana, Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh report lowest gender divide. So in our country within, nationally, the average rural age for men is 393 a day, which is 265 rupees a day, urban wage, okay? And 483 for men and 333 for women. This itself stands testimony to the fact that why we do not fare well in the global gender gap index. The global gender gap index, 19% was the gender wage gap between men and women in India in 2019. So gender wage gap is something which needs to be addressed immediately, which needs to be addressed with seriousness. If we talk about productivity, if we talk about capability, that will give dividend. Next, please. Time use is another aspect of information which is available in time use surveys, which are popular in national sample survey conducting time use, which you find to harness the gender dividend, gender balance in labor market, contesting occupational stereotypes. I've always been focusing on the fact that how much of occupational stereotype becomes actually the trigger for this gender wages is because of the fact that a particular sector for any common person you watch, the kind of professions like school teachers are largely dominated by women. Why? And there are professions which are completely stereotyped for males. So therefore, this participation in domestic and caregiving services, caring services being treated as feminine in its construct, that itself becomes a hindrance to say that why we are not able to get the gender dividend of the workforce and a balance between men and women in terms of wages, in terms of the occupations that they hold, and also in the labor market, the differential wages is a matter of serious concern if we want to have the real dividend. Okay, and that is the reason that these information bases that I've been extracting and putting in front of you is just to realize that this is what is gender dividend about. Next, please. Population prospects and global inequalities are one of the very important one that was depicted by the World Inequality Report. The World Inequality Report actually raises an alarm about rising income inequality is a major concern around the globe. Income shares are more than double of the population share everywhere if you look at in categories. The inequality is the result of inequality in the tangible and intangible endowments. When we talk about inequality, what we forget is that we look at in different space. We look at it in income space, we look at in education space, we look at in capability space, we look at in land holding space, we look at in variety of spaces inequality. But what we forget is that basically the inequality in any space that we are observing is a derivative of the intangible. That is what I mean by intangible is certain things which are not transferable. For instance, an educated person cannot transfer his education to somebody. His skills cannot be transferred immediately. So the problem is that there is an endowment which will give its own derivative in all the spaces that we imagine and assess inequality. Therefore, if you look at this where I'm talking about population prospects and global inequality, the global inequality, if at all it can come down, or if at all it can be neutralized, it can only be neutralized by the fact that we have to address the tangible and intangible endowments. The endowment perspective, because you look at, Piketty rightly tells that, when labor can move seamlessly, reduction in inequality is an obvious thing. But does labor move? Does labor move across the globe seamlessly as much as your capital moves? It doesn't. Okay, next, please. So dividend and inequality is very connected. Demographic advantage of youth population and lesser dependency as a household facet. Household composition gets transformed with an imbalance. children-free households more among the rich and the poor, with an obvious implication for the dependency that reiterates inequality, imagining the next generation, that is today's young and tomorrow's adult and elderly. Household endowment will drive inequality. These are the implications that I have from the evidences that I present. Next, please. Now, to sum it up, what I told today is that greater population count is no doubt an opportunity. It is not a threat, but provided that count is actually complemented with quality. Strategies and policies to address rising aspirations is the key to reaping the demographic dividend. And finally, population number is not a threat if we come out of our thought process of making per capita evaluations only. It is an opportunity when it is read along with characteristics and composition. These are the very simplest summary that I can put for, despite the fact that I presented a lot of information for you to motivate you to think in different dimensions of this demographic dividend. Next, please. Quantity can give a strength that is necessary, but it may not be sufficient unless we ensure its quality. A greater count may not count unless we make them count with the necessary attributes of significance. Finally, I'm also very fascinated by this quote of Einstein, which says, what is counted may not count, but what counts may not be counted. Next, please. Population prospects quite important in formulating indicators. Count of population is necessary but not sufficient, given that recognition of their composition makes robust comparability of generated indicators, where I raised that the per capita hangover should not be there. And the final is global imbalance in population and wealth makes a call for seamless movement between labor, similar to that of capital. Final, please. Final slide, please. So the take-home message from my talk is anything is sustainable that is equitable. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank you for your patient hearing.
Very much, sir. That was a very, very enlightening and a really insightful talk. I now declare the floor open for a question. We have 5 to 7 minutes. So if there are any questions from... Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Very good morning, sir. And firstly, I congratulate for the excellent presentation. The slides were very good, especially the graphs were very, very explanatory. So my one question is, what is your opinion on the rural-urban fertility convergence in India?
In fact, there has been this questions to me from many sides, not merely rural-urban fertility convergence, but also characteristics convergence across religion, across caste, and many other things. But being a demographer, I must say that rural-urban fertility convergence is definitely a certainty, because fertility is a demonstrative thing. People want quality children, people want lesser number of children is a reality. Why there is a rural high fertility? At certain points in time in the past, we are giving this insurance effect that rural mothers were having an extra or an additional child because of survival insurance, which doesn't exist today, one. Second, even in the rural areas, the aspirational thing which I actually discussed are very important. Rural aspirations are how the next generation will not be engaged in agriculture, how the next generation will be engaged in qualified service sector activities. So those motivations are definitely going to make newer couples to have lesser number of children, have delayed childbearing, and also ensure better birth interval to have quality children with capability that they can generate given their endowments. Thank you very much for raising this concern.
Thank you. Sir, we have one more question here from online audience by Chandrakant Murthy. He's asking, will increase in automation and use of generative artificial intelligence affect or impair dividend of population?
Yes, it's a very interesting question. Thank you for raising that, because it has been asked many times that this technology and artificial intelligence coming up, will it actually have an implication on the labor force? Yes, we say that, there are certain things which will be replaced, but certain things which will not be replaced. It is basically readjusting to the fact. I must give you my example. Someone came to me and told that, you know, you are a statistician. Yesterday, we were coming to you for many things. Nowadays, packages can make my sampling, packages can do this, packages can do that. And what was my answer to him? You know that. My answer was that packages will give you the result which you can't interpret. Therefore, we need a statistician. Suppose you get an expected pattern you are looking for, your results do not indicate, you still run to a statistician. It cannot automatically answer. The reason is that artificial intelligence or the technology intervention, which is replacing labor force in economic literature, there is definite evidence to the fact that it is also having an implication on wages. But if you look at it, the numbers come down, the numbers do not get engaged, but the numbers who are engaged, they are more highly paid. That itself tells that how do we actually adjust the labor force with the skills, with the kind of, also, I must tell you that this particular observation is made if you triangulate this observation of yours with the value chain system. A value chain is always in commodity market, okay? But similarly, a value chain, if you imagine a wage market, because the wages that a person is getting at a lower skill level and I am getting at a higher skill level, there is a value chain to it. This is just getting transformed. So actually, the value chain understanding of wage will make us clear about the fact that whether in the coming composition of wage composition of labor force, artificial intelligence will take away or make us compromise with the dividend that we are ought to get. That is the only way to look at it. It's not to look at it that artificial intelligence can replace, it does increase wages as well.
One more. Right, so I enjoyed the presentation very much. It was really very fascinating to go through all the slides. The thought is that we have a composition of skilled workers like carpenters and masoners and all this. So in this demographic dividend, which you have mentioned, quality versus quantity, where do these people stand? Because we are all the time going for education, like we're going to have more of what should I say, professional or semi-professional. What about that big chunk of skilled workers? How are we going to fit them into? Are we going to have the architects going down to do that work, or how is it? Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, I think very good. Thank you very much for that question, because I see that when we talk about the skill composition that we have, the skill composition that is beyond the so-called advanced education and other things which give service sector opportunities, I would say that the skill composition needs to be organized into a system of production where they are what I was talking about in the value chain. Because for instance, if you look at it, the educational progression in China is also not that highly significant, but they have a skilled workforce which is organized in the value chain system at a place where they are ensured the wages, they are ensured no unemployment, their skills are priced. And in fact, this we are failing to do here because of the fact that we are leaving it to them to get exposed to the vulnerability of a wage structure in the labor market that we have in open. In that, an organized way of skill development, an organized way of putting them in the value chain where the wages can be ensured them from a structural perspective, that what should be the wage, and efficiency might come up. And that's what we say that, you know, what is called a specific comparative advantage. Because you have certain skill, you don't go on to any other skill. That skill gets monopolized by a group. Then that skill is not used by in the chain to the uppermost product. So the product chain, these people can be placed with certain skill with monopolized domain where actually wages can be very much according to their expectation.
Yes.
This needs to be done.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, sir. As today is raining, you are online. We have actually visited to our MGMIT Institute. So we will surely like you to felicitate. So do visit our institute. I will request Dr. Prasad sir to organize your visit to our institute sometime, and we can have one more session, one more deliberation with all our faculty members.
Yes, yes. I would
Thank
very
you
much
very
love to come, sir. Thank you very much. I would very much love to visit in person. I told already in my mail also. Yeah.
Sir, delegates.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I enjoyed spending this 1 hour with you all, and I hope it was fruitful and meaningful for all of you. Thank you. See you again. Definitely.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, please accept our felicitation in words, sir, today. And
Yes.
Yes, sir. As VC sir mentioned, we look forward to your visit to our institute, sir, in
Absolutely.
in the future. I
Yes.
also would like to, right, sir. Thank you very much for that talk.
Thank you. Thank you all. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Moving further, before I move further, we have our MMC observer, Madam Varsha, Madam, with us here. I welcome Madam, and I request Dr. Prasad Vangankar sir to welcome Varsha, Madam. She is our MMC observer for today's CME. Ma'am. I request you to welcome our research director, sir, who is with us right now, Dr. Chandramani Pathak, sir. Thank you very much, sir, to be here. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Moving further, as medical professionals, we have a profound role to play in shaping India's future. We move further to our next session, which is going to be delivered by none other than Professor Sanjay Zhodpe sir. Sanjay Zhodpe sir is President of Public Health Foundation of India. Sir has served Vice President, Academics, Public Health Foundation of India, and led Indian Institute of Public Health, Delhi, as its founding director. An institute builder, he's played an important role in setting up various institutes, and his work in public health is unparalleled. He has held joint appointments as honorary adjunct professor in 5 international universities: Georgia Southern University, Georgia University of North Carolina, and Chapel Hill, USA, the University of Sydney, Australia, the Deakin's University, Melbourne, Australia, and Payton Academy of Health Sciences, Nepal. He has served as director of Indian Institute of Public Health at Gandhinagar and Bhubaneswar. He has also served as professor at the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, faculty in Clinical Epidemiology Unit, and Vice Dean at Government Medical College, Nagpur. He is a trained public health professional with multidisciplinary qualifications. He has acquired MD in Community Medicine, PhD, postgraduate qualification in Sociology, Public Administration, and Economics. He has conferred Doctor of Science by DMI MS, deemed to be University Wardha, for long-standing contribution to medical sciences and public health. With over 425 publications, he featured in top 2% of scientists across the world for his research contribution to tropical medicine for 3 consecutive years as a part of worldwide ranking of scientists in all science fields. He served as the chief editor of Indian Journal of Public Health. His current research interests include global health, health system researches, health workforce development, and education of health professionals. He was felicitated recently by Dr. Shri Bhagat Singh Koshyari, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, with COVID Warrior Award as well, in appreciation of outstanding commitment, dedication, and selfless service. He is recipient of Public Health Education Leadership Award for significant contribution in promoting public health education in WHO's Southeast Asia region. Sir, we welcome you for today's session, Health Workforce in India, Current Status and Future Projects. Over to you, sir.
Can we have the presentation? have slight changes which I can use or you can operate.
Hello.
So
Yes.
no worries, you can operate that. Thank you, Dr. Ashlesha, for a generous introduction. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Derby, distinguished dignitaries, faculty, postgraduate students, ladies and gentlemen who have joined online also. At the outset, let me express my gratitude for inviting me here to participate in this very important discourse. And I thought I would speak to you about the work that we have been doing at Public Health Foundation of India, the context of health workforce development, both at the national level and in the global context also. And how I actually configured this talk is around, and Dr. Mishra rightly deliberated on the growing population and the issues associated with the growing population. And one of the challenge that for all of us who work in the health sector would be, how do we respond to the aspiring health needs of this population over a period of time? And in that context, I thought that probably I should deliberate on what is the current scenario of health workforce in India, but also looking at the population needs going forward and how do we move towards that direction. So that's the context that I thought that I would deliberate on. Next slide, please. I bring greetings from Public Health Foundation of India, and as I mentioned that the work that I'm going to share with you is the research done by our team at PHFI. Next slide. Let me begin with where does India stand today on the health front? Because healthcare delivery is very much aligned with the health status of the population. When we got independence in 1947, our life expectancy was in the range of around 36, 37 years. Now our life expectancy has risen to 69 years. But still we remain the second lowest life expectancy in the Southeast Asia region. The infant mortality rate is around 27, 28 per 1,000 live births. But what about single digit infant mortality rate of Thailand and Sri Lanka? How do we compare with that? We still have a very significant burden of non-communicable disease, communicable disease. Unfortunately, we are labeled as the diabetes capital of the world. 1.6 million premature deaths every year are attributed to air pollution in this country, which translates to 49 million disability adjusted life years being lost. More than 1 million deaths every year are attributed to tobacco use. We have several challenges from the health perspective and from the health point of view. I will not deliberate on population trends and projections because Professor Mishra has already talked about. Both globally and nationally, we will have growth in the population and projected numbers are available. Now we know that what will be the population by 2030, by 2040, 50 or 60, and those numbers are pretty accurate with some confidence intervals can be built up. And therefore, having said that, we'll have to work around working in the health sector and looking at the production of our health workforce. And when I say health workforce, which includes doctors, nursing professionals, public health, paramedics, everybody for that. That numbers is one thing, but the story behind numbers is in terms of quality also, that to ensuring quality of good healthcare professionals who will take care of such a huge population going forward. Next. In that context, what we will really need to figure it out, that we need a stronger health system. And when we say that stronger health systems, and if we look at, and when I say health systems, it's not only public health system, I'm talking about a health system which has both public and private as an integral part of this. The framework of the public health system, or the health system rather, talks about 6 critical components and we call them as building blocks. Health service delivery is important, but can we have efficient health service delivery without health workforce? We can't. Health workforce itself is an integral part of the architecture. Health information systems, which cannot have a stronger healthcare information system without people in place. Medical products, vaccines and technologies, health financing, leadership and governance. These are the 6 building blocks of any health system in the globe, which includes health workforce as one of the most critical and important building block. Next. What we need in the context of this building block, when we talk about stronger health systems, is that health systems which are strong, sustainable, vibrant, resilient, agile, they are adaptable to the change, effective, efficient, equitable, empathetic, responsive, technology-driven, culturally sensitive, all can happen, and all this system can be possible with only adroit and motivated health workers. If we don't have adroit and motivated health force, we cannot have a health system that we dream to deliver the aspirations of the people. Next. And in that context, let me begin with the health workforce challenges that we have and where do we stand today, globally and in national context. You will be surprised to know that the global gap of the health professionals is so large and so rapidly increasing. In 2013, it was estimated a gap of around 45 million health workforce. That's a gap that in 2013, we wanted additional 45 million health workers to deal with the challenges that we all globally confront. This is expected to rise to 53 million by 2030 as the population, and it looks at 2 angles. One is that increasing population, but also looking at the burden of disease that we need to confront with. The demand-based results suggest a projected demand of around 80 million health workers by 2030. And it's not only the numbers, because the shortage is one thing. The skill mix balance, looking at the relation, the proportion of total health workforce being doctors or allied health professionals or nursing health professionals. While distribution, the number may be pretty better to see, but actually looking at distribution, negative work environments, big knowledge base, issues surrounding work for health challenges, but even looking at the shortages, it's a matter of concern. Next slide. When we talk about health workforce in India, we can put them in 8 buckets. We can put everybody in working in the health sector in 8 categories. We know doctors, and we have 2 categories of doctors, allopathic doctors and Ayush professionals, we call this an alternative medicine. Then you have nursing and midwifery professionals. 3rd category is of public health professionals who are trained in public health. Pharmacists, dentists, then you have allied health work professionals, and the frontline workers like ASHA workers and others who are working in the villages at the front line. And then you have other health workers or support staff. Like for example, in support staff would include like we run hospitals, ambulance drivers, administrative staff, working in dietitians, working in the kitchen, sweepers, and so many. So you can put everybody in 8 buckets. And when you talk about health workforce, actually, we look at these 8 buckets to see that we need people in each bucket. Next. As I mentioned to you that I'm going to present these numbers based on the work that we have been doing in last around 8 to 10 years at Public Health Foundation of India. And these are all papers which are published. I'm summarizing some of the information relevant today in BMJ, and then we have papers in HRH. That the data that I'm going to present you is based on the research that we have done. Next. This is a report which was published last year, actually. You can see the logo of World Health Organization and Public Health Foundation of India. It is a joint work of WHO and PHFI to look at the health workforce in India. And we also looked at investment that would be required going forward to achieve those numbers, because finally only talking numbers is not important, but how are we going to achieve these numbers and what would be the investment would require to achieve those numbers. And therefore we say why, where, and how to invest. And this was the PHFI and WHO team, which was led by me, which we have carried out this report, which is available on PHFI and WHO website also. I'm picking up numbers to talk to you from this report. Next. Let's begin with this skilled health professionals density and health outcomes. You can see on the left side, it talks about the skilled health professionals density. In health workforce parlance, skilled health workforce includes two categories, doctors and nursing professionals, and they are called as the skilled health work professionals. If you look at Brazil, it's 97.1 per 10,000 population, China 46.4 per 10,000 population. You can see Thailand also close to that, Sri Lanka 34.1 per 10,000 population, and India we have 16.7 skilled health work professionals per 10,000 population. This is the data that we have. But if you look at maternal mortality ratio or infant mortality ratio, we tops. This number has dropped down by a couple of points, but that far away from like IMR, even if it is 27, 28 per 1,000 live births, but it doesn't actually correlate with Brazil 12, Thailand 8, China 7, and Sri Lanka 6. The burden of disease is concerned in India is pretty high as compared to some of the countries. But if you look at the health workforce that we have, is at the down as compared to other countries. Next. This is the story of India's health workforce. We have 3.87 million people working in the health sector, which does not include 1.2 million support staff, because that's the eighth category that I mentioned, which includes administrative staff and so many other people who may not be formally trained in health professions for that matter. So total translates to 5.1 million people. So in India, 5.1 million people work in the health sector, out of which 3.87 million people are trained health professionals or health workers, you would say. 0.8 million are allopathic physicians, that translates to 21% of the total health workforce that we have. 36% are the nursing professionals, 6% pharmacists, 5% dentists, 13% Ayush professionals, and 19%, they call it an health associates or allied health professionals. That's the distribution of this 3.87 million people as a health workforce of India that we estimated and published in 2021 based on the NSSO numbers. And these numbers are actual labor workforce numbers. They are not health workforce account numbers, which are generated through the professional councils and the government reports. But these are the numbers are actually counted as a part of the NSSO. So these are the active labor workforce numbers. Next. Now, the interesting story, and I don't want to take you to all the parameters, but let's take the example of the health allopathic doctors. Now, what has happened is that when we looked at the NSSO estimates, and as I mentioned to you that we estimated around 0.8 million is the number of total reported numbers for the allopathic doctors, you can see that national health workforce accounts, that number is 1.16 billion. And NSSO estimate, which actually tells us about the active health workforce, which tells the total number is 0.80 billion. But when we adjust it for qualification, because the NSSO also provides the data on qualifications, then that was actually estimated to be 0.66. That's an adequately qualified number is 0.66, which actually tells us that the health workforce accounts numbers are on higher side, and even the total number that is reported on the basis of NSSO after adjustment drops down, because it's a number that is on the basis of the reported. Somebody claims that he or she is a doctor, that is being counted. But you actually then subsequent questions asked about what is your qualification, that doesn't correlate, and that adjustment is carried out with the data triangulation is carried out, which tells us that 0.66 only are the qualified allopathic doctors in the country who are in active health workforce. Next. And if we take that number as a 6.6 lakh, that 0.6 million translates to, that is actually 72.8% of actively working in labor market as doctors or in labor capacity. But you have additional 4.5% who are currently unemployed and looking for the jobs. These are mostly like, our MBBS graduates, they continue to prepare for their NEET PG and, they are not working. So that number is also quite substantial if you look at that number too. And then approximately 22.7% of individuals with degree in medicine reported themselves out of labor workforce. Several of them would have retired for that matter, and then at a certain age, they are not doing anything. So the number may be 9.06 lakhs, that 0.9 billion or so, but actual workforce 6.6 lakh, and this 0.6 lakhs is the 27%. It's almost, 1/4 of the doctors who are trained as medical doctors, but they are not actually working in the workforce. Next. This slide, and I don't want to, you can just see the red numbers. This is actually about the public health system. We talk about the specialists, and then the required specialists in public health system, that number is around 22,000 or something like that. And in position is almost 21 to 22%. So having the vacancy of around 75% in the country, in the public system for the medical specialists is really a matter of concern. And these are the numbers which are reported by the Government of India, RHS Statistics 21-22. These are the numbers of the government actually. Next. So the cross-country comparison of doctor population ratio. Now in the United Kingdom, they have 5.82 doctors per 1,000 population. In Sweden, it is 4.33 doctors per 1,000 population. If we see in India, it is 0.61 doctors per 1,000 population. That's the number that we have. And if you wanted to adjust this number with the qualification, then on the right side, you can see that doctor population drops down from 0.61 to 0.5 after adjustment for the adequate qualifications is concerned. Next. If we look at the cross-country comparison of nurse population ratio in India, take an example of Sweden, 21.60 nurses per 1,000 population. Take an example of, suppose, Thailand, it's 3.17 nurses per 1,000 population. In India, this translates to 1.06 nursing professionals per 1,000 population. And if you adjust for qualifications, then that further drops down quite significantly. Next. If you look at the nurses to physician ratio, physician means here doctors for that matter. Nurses to doctors ratio, we have 1.7 nurses per 1 doctor. 1 doctor, we have 1.7 nurses. What is the ideal combination and proportion that has been recommended globally is around 2.8 nursing professionals per doctor. So we probably need more nursing professionals or maybe delegated responsibility as nurse practitioners from the doctors. OECD average is around 2.8 to 1, and in India, 1.7 to 1 is something which needs to be looked at because we have doctor-centric approach in India that needs to be looked at. Next. So this is interesting, information that what is being globally recommended to achieve universal health coverage. The skilled health workforce density should be 44.5 per 10,000 population. That is what is recommended. WHO had given 3 thresholds globally to compare for the countries. The minimum threshold is 22.8 skilled health professionals per 10,000 population. Intermediate level is 33.45 per 10,000 population. And the upper limit is 59.4 per 10,000 population. But when we actually estimated in India, when we looked at allopathic doctors plus nurses and midwives together, because that is the skilled health workforce density that they recommended, the all India HRH density is 16.7 per 10,000 population, which is not adjusted for the education. And if we include Ayush doctors, because there is also an argument, because in India, Ayush doctors also do a lot of allopathic practice and they are also considered as doctors. Even if we add that, that number is 20.4 per 10,000 population, is still below the minimum threshold that is being recommended by World Health Organization as 22.8 per 10,000 population, and is very far away from 44.5 per 10,000 population, which is recommended to achieve the universal health coverage. And if you can see all these bars, the countrywide also you can see blue bars. above the national average of 16.7, and on the right side from Maharashtra onwards, actually, you would see that they are below 16.7. The states like, for example, Bihar, they have the density of the skilled health workforce 7 per 10,000 population or so. So this is something, a challenge, that we have inequitable distribution within the states in India also. Next. This is for only doctors. If you look at, if we split that number of 16.7% in doctors and nurses separately, the all India density is 6.1 per 10,000 population for doctors. Next. And similarly for nurses, it is 10.6 per 10,000 population. That's a distribution of that 16.7% average. Next. And this HRH density, if you look at the state level burden, this is the work that PHFI had done about the state level burden estimates that we have generated separately, and we compared with the density. The states with lower HRH density continue to be high burden states for communicable diseases. Next. Similarly, we will also have to figure it out that how our health workforce is prepared to deal with emerging challenges of non-communicable diseases for that matter. Next. Now, this divide is also critical and important for the country like India. We have still a significant proportion living in rural India. Our 66% population is rural population and 34% population is urban population. But if you look at the distribution, now let's take an example of doctors, allopathic doctors for that matter. 72% in urban area, and the population in urban area is 34%. Dental physicians was more than 91% work in urban areas. And so if you look at that, 8.6 means 9% of the dentists which cater to the rural population, which is 66% of the global population. Take an example of, and if you look at the total HRH density also, it's almost 66% in urban areas and 34% in rural areas, and actual population is reverse, that 34% in urban population and 66% in rural population. Next. Private sector, you can see, because India is a private healthcare dominated country. The total, if you look at the service delivery in our India, it's 77% of our outpatient care is catered to the private sector, and 58% inpatient care is catered by the private sector. But you have private sector accounting for 62% of the total, that 3.87 billion HRH. That these are numbers that we have generated, and for allopathic doctor, it's 64%. For dentals and Ayush professional, it's more than even 88, 92% for that matter. 51% of the nursing professionals are working in private sector. Next. Similar is the story of medical specialists also. Although we have in recent years tremendous increase in the number of seats in medical institutions, produce MD, MS, and super specialty, and currently we have almost close to 50% of the specialist, the degree and diploma holders together in 2023 numbers. But what Foxy tells us about that, India has a 40% shortage of gynecologists and obstetricians. India has 50% shortage of pediatricians. If you look at the numbers of psychiatrists, is a matter of concern for all of us. And I have also shown you previously on one of the slides, the public sector story of specialists. It's almost 20% is the occupancy, and 80% of the medical specialist positions in the public sector are vacant, is a matter of concern. Next. But our supply side has increased tremendously in last 10 years or so. You can see that because we analyze the data for last years, and there's a significant growth. And if you look at the all these institutions, nursing institutions, public health, medical, allied health professionals, everybody together, we have a capacity of now more than 10 lakh seats available in all these institutions together to produce healthcare professionals to respond. But the impact of this recent increase in number of seats will be seen in the next decade, obviously, because it takes time that they are still available to work in their sector. Next. This is increase in MBBS seats that we have seen from 2014 to 26. I have 10 years data that in 2013-14, we had 51,000 plus MBBS seats, and now we have close to 110,000 MBBS seats in 2023. So there's a significant increase. It's almost 110% increase in number of medical seats in the country. Next. We can see the record new medical schools being added. In 2017-18, we added 5 and 9 in private and public sector. In 2021, you can see there's a significant increase in the 21 new medical schools added. In 1920, 38 medical schools are added, and that too clear investment coming up from the public sector. Also, you can see red numbers are the public institutions and blue numbers are private institutions. Next. Addition of medical colleges in India over the years, you can see in pre-1947, we had 20 medical schools. In the decade or in the period between 1947 to 60, we added 41 medical schools. But you can see then 61, 70 onward, decadal growth. You can see 40, 11, 33, 43. And this century, first decade, 2001 to 2010, we added in those 10 years, 123 medical schools. And 2011 onwards, in past decade, we added 395 medical schools in India, which tells us that the decadal growth has been tremendous in last 2 decades to increase the output to respond to the challenges of critical short workforce in India. Next. And that is visible here in medical colleges. You can see the increase of around 85%. In undergraduate seats, increase is around 110%. In postgraduate seat, increase is around 102% to produce more medical graduates and specialists in the country. Next. We can see that the first All India Institute of Medical Sciences, with the support from the government of New Zealand, was established in 1956 in Delhi. And now we have total 31 All India Institutes of Medical Sciences. Some of them are fully functional, some are getting ready, and some are new proposed institutions. So there is a commitment coming up from the government to increase the number of institutions in India. Next. You can also see the growth in number of National Board of Examination playing an important role in DNB seats. In 2014, we had close to 5,000 seats, and now we have 2022, 14,000 seats. The increase can be visible in number of DNB seats that are being available for postgraduate medical education in India. Next. Super specialty seats have also increased, and this is the current capacity that we have. So in medical education, we have seen that there is a massive regulatory reform that have taken place, and medical education capacity has been ramped up as never before in last 10 years or so. National Medical Commission has been brought to reflect more political will for transformation and more focus on specialty. National Board of Examination has become a game changer. Even now, there is a program to use district hospitals for diploma programs and degree programs being offered by National Board of Examination. But the challenge that we all be facing is about the teacher shortage. Next. Similarly, in nursing education also, both in terms of A&M and midwives to GNM programs to master level programs, there is a ramp up in workforce that is happening. Next. Like we have now number of institutions that you can see and number of seats. They have increased in last 10 years to 20 years or so. And both in terms of A&M, GNM has reduced to make some extent because they're promoting now the degree level programs. But there is a ramping up of education sector in nursing. Next. This year budget also, if you can look at it, the Government of India budget for the current financial year with clear outlining 150 new to 57 new nursing colleges to establish across the country. Top priority is given to the nursing education to add to the new infrastructure and increasing the data supply, which can create demand for nursing services and nursing models in the country. Next. Similarly, allied health professionals, the bill is being also introduced for creating a separate council, but also ramping up the allied health professionals in India. Next. This is the story of public health education in India, the MPH programs and MD community medicine and diploma related to public health, including epidemiology, health management, and administration. The capacity is around 8,000 in India, including all the institutions. Next. If you include in public health, we because know that people from a variety of the background, from entomology to public health nutrition, to health financing and monitoring and evaluation, to mental and child health works into that. That translates to actually 16,000 the intake capacity in various institutions in India, which are expected to play a role in public. Next. But unfortunately, globally also, there are no standard norms and benchmark to how to estimate the need and requirement of the public health professionals. What Brazil has been practicing is that they look up to 100 public health professionals per 100,000 population. That's a parameter that they want to use. Association of Schools of Public Health recommends in the United States that there should be 20 public health professionals per 100,000 population. But in India, actually, we estimated, and it's a published paper also, only we have 11 public health professionals per 100,000 population, as compared to what United States recommends 220 per 100,000 population, and Brazil, like country, recommends for 100,000 population. We have 11 public health professionals per 100,000 population. Right. But a public health management cadre that is expected to push the agenda of creating positions for public health professionals, probably to some extent might help. Next. But having talked about, and I know the time is limited, so we'll not deliberate too much in detail, but numbers are not the only thing which is critical and important, but the quality is also critical and important to create not the workforce that we are creating, but the quality health workforce, and therefore probably we will also have to engage both in institutional and instructional reforms, which are critical and important in advancing the agenda of transformative education and interdependence of education. Next. Our national health policy, which was released by the government of India in 2017, 5-6 years back, also gives critical importance to the human resources for health. And you can see a variety of the initiatives which are recommended as a policy recommendations in the national health policy, also taking into consideration our growing need of the health workforce, both in terms of quantity and quality. Next. Now, this is also important that to look at the projected requirement. If you look at the projected skilled health workforce from 2019 to the numbers of looking at 2030, then you would see that the population in billion, that these are the projected estimate, that the projected skilled health workforce, but with even the current rate, we will have a deficiency as gap that is being reported in millions is 0.82, 0.86, and 0.75. Is still going to be continuously. This is again the human resources health publication that we estimated. Despite the current trends, we will continue to have these gaps. So we'll have to expand our education going forward. Next. And the next slide tells us about with the workforce numbers which are adjusted to educational qualification, because these are all analysis of numbers. If you adjust for the educational qualification, then the gap increases tremendously. On the right hand side, we can see that gap of around 1.65 million in 2019 as the baseline number that we consider in 2025, 1.40, and in 2030 to 1.13. That number is declining because of the rapid increase in the education sector that has happened in the last few years. Next. But it's not only that these numbers in terms of the health sector, because we look at the health sector's contribution in the economic growth and development also. Because we all know that the human resources for health appropriately adroit and skilled health workforce will help us to improve the health service delivery, will result into better health outcomes, will rise in productivity, contributing to the economic growth, will also generate the employment. So in a cycle, actually, we can see fitting into the increase in the health workforce and positioning health workforce will also contribute to the economic growth and productivity going forward. Next. 2 slides. I will not get into detail, but wanted to mention that there was a commission on, that's a high-level commission on health employment and economic growth, because we are talking about the health workforce, which tells us about that it is going to be a key economic sector, a job generator and driver for the inclusive economic growth, and therefore any increase in the health workforce is actually going to contribute to the economy also. Next. And we also need to recognize that each worker that we train in health professions is supported by other 1 to 2 health workforce, like for example, in administration, insurance, finance, cleaning, food services, IT, and transformation. So the health workforce, the health sector also creates the job opportunities for other people, and that is important. But it's also important to look at it. Now, we just said, and Dr. Mishra rightly pointed out that, we surpassed China. But, with the China's population, now that is as equal the population that we have in India, size of their health workforce is 10 million. And size of our health workforce is 5.1 million total population. So you see the size of the China health workforce is 10 million. Next. So human resources for health, we need adequate in number, equitable in distribution, appropriate in skill mix, competent and motivated at work, but compassionate at heart, and well-performing health workforce will help us to transform and redesign the health system in the 21st century. Next. And therefore, what we will have to do is that we will have to revisit our health workforce with new lens to meet the aspirations of the growing population that we talked about. We will have to reanalyze our challenges from a new perspective of the health system transformation. We'll have to re-articulate our priorities to deal with the 21st century public health challenges. We will have to reinvent new solutions to face and deal with the old problems and redesign new health system for the 21st century. Then and then only we will be able to deal with the challenges surrounding health assurance and sustainable development, and will help us to create Swasth Bharat along with Swachh Bharat, Sashakta Bharat. Thank you so much. Next.
Now I open the floor for discussion as well as questions. First from the delegates who are here in the room. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Dr. Zorpet, it was really very nice statistics given. The growth in public sector, the age and super study is amazing. But I, being as a public health core specialist, I request in the other way. In last 50 years, there is only one all India Institute of Public Health and Hygiene and NIHFW Delhi. There is no growth. Those who are supposed to monitor, those who are supposed to work on the behalf of community, there is nothing. So there were some attempts by PHFI to develop this, which was recommended by even health policy. But presently, it doesn't seem to be happening. So I request you along with think over this also and start to have institutions which probably hardcore give importance to public health. I didn't see anything here.
So I will, this is important. All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health, Kolkata was established in 1932. The first school of public health that we have for now many years. And NIHFW also truly, I will not say school of public health, but engaged in public health training in that matter. When the PHFI was conceptualized, when the discussion started around 2003 and 4, PHFI was launched in 2006. The idea was that basically to establish schools of public health in India. And PHFI is mandated to build Indian institutes of public health in India on the lines of IITs and IIMs that we had actually. And therefore, we have set up 5 Indian institutes of public health in India. One of the institutes now also transformed as an independent university. Gandhinagar Institute, and that is the first public health university in Southeast Asia, if you look at an independent university. Many universities started schools of public health with the MPH programs and some health management, health administration, some epidemiology and related programs. So there is some movement in last 15, 20 years, I would say that in this century, I would say in last 2 decades, there's some movement towards that. I also presented some numbers, and I would like to mention actually what is recommended in the United States is that how many public health professionals we should have. We should have 220 public health professionals for 100,000 population. And we estimated in India, we have 11 per 100,000. Earlier, huge number, And even if suppose we may not require 220, anybody can debate because there are no standards available now. Country like Brazil, they say that we should have 100 per 100,000 population. We have 11 per 100,000. The question comes also basically with the need and demand paradox that the institutions and universities will come forward to produce more graduates. Where are the jobs? With MPH graduates, suppose for that matter, or MD graduates, MD community medicine. So we also need to see that the jobs are being created. Now the creation of the government of India is pushing now public health cadre is to be created. Maharashtra was leading earmarking positions, earmarking West Bengal and Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. Well, pioneered in that to some extent, basically. But country-wide, we don't have more public health position created for a period of time. If if you look at the public health cadre of the government of India also, you see the size of that, 200. You know, the country of 1.6 billion people and few hundred public health professionals sitting in, Nirman Bhavan. You compare, you go to the Thailand and you see that their public health ministry, and then you would find comparing our Nirman Bhavan, 2 floors, 3 floors to the public health, and they have multiple buildings actually in the campus and the kind of public health professionals trained. So I think a long way to go. So beginning has happened. I completely agree with you that we need more people trained and more importantly, multidisciplinarity of the public health. And suppose now you talk about public health nutrition, or you talk about health financing, public health engineering, social determinants, environmental and the impact of environment and climate change on human health. So public health needs to be really too many multidisciplinary and public health professionals that we really create them can address the challenges of that agricultural and nutrition security impacting human health, accession policies of the government impacting human health. Where is that expertise that we have limited expertise? So I think numbers is one thing, multidisciplinarity is another thing, the niche areas within the public health is another thing. I think we have started that journey and probably 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, probably we will have more number of professionals with better qualifications being produced, which will address challenges of public health. But I appreciate them.
Sir, I wish to ask you in connection with what Dr. Uday Mishra had presented about the window of dividends. He said that the window of dividends started very early for China and is nearly closing. But we have the opportunity of almost 34 to 37 years that he has mentioned. Now, looking at your introspection about the various gaps and challenges and needs and inequalities, what do you think that these 34 years of window will be sufficient enough to face the challenges and to get the dividends of the various opportunities that we have and fill in the gaps that all you have mentioned? Your talk.
Yeah. While actually we have seen that we have a shortage of health workforce within the country also, but positioning India globally also is important. See, even today there are many research questions which are unanswered. The migration of doctors, there is no data. Even for All India Institute of Medical Sciences, if you look at 121, I was told that 80% of them go out of India, and if you go to NIH in the UK, you see that the proportion of doctors, Indian doctors working in UK, go to United States, the proportion of doctors working in total doctors in India. So India has been actively a supplier of doctors, nursing professionals. We say that other countries, UK, US, and other countries also, we have supplied a lot of nursing professionals also. So there is definitely a possibility of exploring that dividend. Our education, we will have to ramp up, not only from national context basically, but positioning India as a globally also, because something happens actually which is the market driven also, because boundaries are open. You can't control people also. Like we train people and we don't say that you don't go out. We are not countries like China for that matter, So we have a lot of flexibility of people moving out also. From that perspective, we will have to really see that how we, education now 10 years we have ramped up. Next few years, how do we do that? But definitely we can position ourselves, we should position ourselves to take the advantage of the health workforce, because India is one of the youngest nations globally. Our average age of Indian population is 29 years. And Europe, 46 years, China, 40 years, UK, US is around 40 plus years of all that. Japan is almost 48, 49 years. Compared to that, we're the youngest nation globally as long as the average age of Indian population is concerned. And therefore, I think the health workforce, not only in India's point of view, but other larger health workforce probably, but market forces decide everything for that matter.
Second thing I wanted to ask and also to point out is that the census has not taken place, which is a prime concern as far as the actual estimates and projections of the population are concerned. It really tells you the number, the quality, the composition, and everything. So whatever are the reasons for that, don't you think that that is a big challenge at the need of the hour? That see all the projections of the United States and United Nations and various agencies, of course, they are based on the models and the previous populations and then the projections. But as a nation, don't you think that is the basic thing that is needed at this time? And one more thing, that now coming back to the basic public health education, when we were teaching the demographics and the demographic cycles, like the 5 basic processes of the births, deaths, marriages, migration, social mobility, that is determining the population. So don't you think a very in-depth introspection is needed, going back to the basics for the future developments?
No, I agree with the second issue, right? And I also mentioned actually the data on migration of nursing professionals and medical doctors is not available. Once registration is done, then what you do is, because if you are staying back in India, you register because the professional council data is the only data which tells us about that who are registered. But rest of them who are graduated and where are they working and all that kind of information is not available for that matter. So migration, social mobility. Now, in last 30 years, social mobility has increased tremendously. People move out. Like earlier, the number was quite small. Now, the big number of people move out basically. So all of course, basics too is important and critical. There is no question about it, to understand the overall dynamics and the growing needs and demand of aspirations of the people. As long as census is concerned, demography, and I think Mishra mentioned about it, that our estimates are great because these are very close estimates basically with some confidence interval. Ideally, of course, if the census data is available, that's a real data. But without that data, the estimates currently that are available for the right now, they are pretty close estimates, and with some confidence interval, I think we can trust those estimates, population estimate. But naturally, we do census, we get much more larger information on many other parameters, variables, which will happen. I will believe that actually we had faced extraordinary challenges of COVID and other things, but I think census will also happen and we'll get estimate. But will be, as long as the population estimates are concerned, we'll be close to that. Some that's not a big deal.
Madam, I tell you, the attempts to conduct census as early as possible, they are very strongly going. Government is asking various departments who can contribute, or if possible, it will happen. And the reasons we all know why it didn't happen.
Yeah.
It will happen which is near future. It is a progress.
But planning purposes, the numbers which are generated through estimate should be
More or
valid.
less,
Actually.
yes.
Also, the census which is going to be conducted this time is going to be a lot different from the earlier
Yeah.
patterns of the census. I mean, that they had declared a lot earlier. In the last census only they had said. So it is not going to be much of a physical counting, which every time happens into the census. And as you had said, they are in preparations.
But it should take place.
It should take place. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Another question I want to ask is that actually it's not a new question. It is a very old debate and demand which is going on. As you have said that there is a shortage of the public health professionals in the country and that very much need is there. So there is a long-standing debate about it is getting the public health professionals recruited through the UPSC and creating a cadre of Indian health services across the country that can help into the institutionalization of the public health. So would you like to comment?
No, I agree with that because we need, unless there are positions, how do we fix people? Unless there is a system, how can we do that? But having said that, that's critical and important, but that might take some time. But even current government of India's push for creation of public health cadre in the state, giving incentives to the state. Even NSHRC has been entrusted with the responsibility of doing handholding of the states to create those positions. So actually a step forward for that matter.
Sir, I have one.
Yeah.
So in the first slide that you have put that for the health workforce, we can categorize into the 8 buckets. So in that you have mentioned, you have given the public health professionals as one bucket, as a one category. See, now in the scenario now, in the present scenario, you have in that MD community medicine and MPH and so on and so on. have mentioned in that bucket of public health professionals. But if you see the present scenario now, we are giving less and less importance to our community medicine in the MBBS curriculum which has come. Though we have extended that curriculum from first year onwards with the foundation course and involvement and family adoption which has come. But if you see in the present thing of the exit exam, the community medicine is completely taken out from the exit exam. So I'm going to get an intern after the exit exam with only medicine, surgery and gynae, who is totally unaware of a health program for which he has to come into my urban health center and rural health center to function. And he's totally unaware, and because he's already left it in the third professional part one. And then how do I get these MBBS interns to go for MD community medicine? And there would be a gap in that bucket wherein I would always will be having the DPH and NPH. So, and I want to get that quality of the dividend which Mishra sir has enlightened us so beautifully. So what is the take? What is your take on it?
I agree with you. Weightage, importance, and respect for subject and discipline actually is our responsibility, all of us who work in the public health for that matter. We need to be advocate. We need to fight for. And we need to continue to sing music about how do we advance the agenda of our discipline, because it's not only discipline. Public health is so critical. Our subject, community medicine, is so critical and important. Everybody, after having practiced, in given clinical subjects, and then they realize at the fag end of life that, and then they lot of people work in the public health. for that matter. So I think our associations, we have IPHA.
They are working hard. They are working hard. They are alert about whatever the changes, those are being taken by the NMC also, and they are at appropriate timing, the responding, and we have to remain alert for this.
And we also-
What you are raised on this occasion is right.
But individual capacity also, and as an organization, so we should.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I have two more questions. Ranjana, increasing population and health demands. Are we able to meet this gap? And in near future, what are the major steps we need to take? Increasing population and health demands.
Yeah.
Are we able to meet this gap in near future? And what major steps we need to take?
So gaps are there because when we look at the burden of disease also, which I have mentioned actually, there are gaps, and the gaps are also, I mentioned that despite increase in the health workforce, gaps will continue. And our efforts should be to improve on that, stronger health systems, and that I begin my talk with that. Actually, we need much more stronger and vibrant health systems to deal with the population as special needs. And with the increase in the health workforce is one aspect of the health system, but even health financing, infrastructure, investment is required on all those 6 building blocks to see that we respond to the health needs.
And one more question, Mr. Balaji. Are we seeing a reverse migration of doctors from UK as Indian doctors are saturated in professional growth in UK?
Limited, actually, I would say. There are very handful of people would be returning, so that's a different story. Because what also happens is that irrespective of that, what people feel, but then after having served there for 30, 40 years, and they want to go back to India and they want to come back, and then, so that might happen, but very handful of. Thank you.
Sir.
Uh,
Sir. Good afternoon, sir. I had one question. You clearly mentioned that there are around 1,08,000 total MBBS seats in India. But this year in 2023, around 2,08,000 people appeared for NEET PG. So how can we close this discrepancy between the projected HRH and the actual HRH? How can
So what is happening is that for NEET actually is the accumulation of around 2, 3, 4 batches of practice, because the number of the postgraduate seats, suppose you have undergraduate seats 100 and postgraduate seats 50. So that 50 will accumulate and everybody wants to do a post-graduation. That number will continue to increase for that matter. The answer to this is that to increase the number of postgraduate seats. And there are efforts that we have seen that to increase the number of postgraduate seats, not only medical colleges, but even DNB program also, that number 5,000.
So but it still comes around 56,000. So when do you think this
There cannot be a country where you have 100 undergraduate seats and you have everybody doing post-graduation also. Unfortunately, everybody wants to do a post-graduation for that matter. You can't have equal number of seats. There will be competition, but there are efforts to increase those number of seats for graduation seats. It will have a gap. There will always be a gap.
So like we have this district tutor posting now for postgraduates, which is mandatory. So can't we do this for MBBS graduates instead to make them work, to motivate them to work in the sector?
Yeah, of course, there are like, for example, in Rural Health Mission or National Rural Health Mission, giving more salary, giving more incentives to work in rural area. There are different models being carried out to see that if you work for 5 years, then you get a PGC, you go to get some increment, some additional salary. So those kind of
there will be
increments
the 76,000 seats that will provide you with that particular percentage of marks in NEET PG. So what actually is being done by the government? That's my actual question to you.
What you are mentioning, that picture will change with the passage of time within the next 2-3 years when the next exam will come. And that particular
So they're projected that is
thing,
also-
yeah. So that will happen.
And this
some
was
question
a
probably doesn't have answers.
This was the genuine concern of many of our PGs right now and those who are aspiring to PG. So yes, sir, education and knowledge continues to remain our greatest assets. I gather. And we are empowering our health force to take the challenges with confidence and competence. That is what we take. We take this opportunity, sir, to also felicitate you on this occasion, and I request our
Dr. Prasad, sir.
I
Today is the
request,
privilege of Prasad, sir. I always welcome Dr. Dodpe, sir. Today is the privilege of Dr. Prasad.
I request Dr. Prasad Vangankar, sir, to felicitate Dr. Zodpe, sir. And sir, it has been really enlightening. Have more than 225 participants at point, and also we have virtually we are joined with by Dr. Rajveer Palwar sir as well. He's also here. Sir, this book. I request VC sir to please present it to.
No problem.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir. It is really crucial to acknowledge that vision of India and India's future that will require our unwavering commitment and our cooperation. Infinite possibilities await us, and as we take a stride towards India 2047, each of us has a vital role to play in this transformative journey. We are joined by an eminent speaker, and I really am so proud to have him today as one of our speakers for our next session, Air Vice Marshal Dr. Rajveer Palwar, sir. Sir has always been our mentor and guide through in our courses. But Air Vice Marshal Dr. Rajveer Palwar, sir, retired presently, who's the principal and dean of Pravara Rural Medical College, deemed university, and he has a rich experience of over 45 years, including 37 years in the Armed Forces of India. Sir has done his MBBS from King George Medical College, Lucknow, followed by MD, which was done in AFMC, and a PhD in preventive medicine, AFMC, and a postdoc doctoral training under INCL-EN program. Sir has many accolades, awards, and honors to his, the list is endless. Best Medical Teacher Award from Maharashtra University of Health Sciences in 2008. Sir was awarded with commendations on 4 occasions by Government of India for exemplary service. 12 times, sir has been the best research work, has won the best research work award from various organizations of prestige such as DRDO, DGFMS, Ministry of Defense, IPHL, and ISMS. Important teaching appointments that sir has held is Dean, Rural Medical College, Pravara, Professor and Head, Community Medicine, Armed Forces Medical College, Pune. Important hospital, healthcare administrative appointments that sir has held, as sir has been the medical director with the Apollo Hospitals. He has been the CEO, Command Hospital, Bangalore. He's expert member of Union Public Service Commission, UPSC, Government of India, advisor to Public Health, National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. Sir has been the author of many textbooks, and we really are fan of you, sir. He's been the chief editor and lead author textbook Community Medicine, which is published by WHO, the first edition being in 2009. Chief editor and lead author in textbook Community Medicine by Walter Brewers. Also preparatory manual for MBBS Community Medicine. And he has been an author for a chapter in API as well. Sir has more than 75 published papers, and we have always been in awe of sir. Sir, we are so privileged to have you today here with us. We welcome you, sir, at MGMIHS. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. So can I start now?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and my lot of thanks and very warm greetings to the dignitaries on the dais, to the Honorable Chairperson, and the learned members of my audience. Can I have the next slide, please? I propose to navigate through my presentation under the following headings, starting with the theory of demographic transition and its relation to morbidity shift, then delving on briefly the theory of population momentum and its relation, followed by the theory of epidemiological transition and its relation to morbidity shift, the theory of tryptigene and its relation, summarizing the current profile of morbidity and mortality in our country, summarizing the take-home messages for policy and planning, and finally, drawing, or rather submitting from my side, the priorities that we need to have for policy and planning. Can I have the next one, please? So let us have a look at the theory of demographic transition. Now, this model, which was initially proposed in 1929 by demographer Warren Thompson, and this model has 4 stages: the pre-industrial, the urbanizing or the industrializing stage, the stage of mature industrial growth, and the post-industrial growth. Now, in the pre-industrial stage, the crude birth rates and the crude death rates are both high and close to each other, so that the population does not increase. And this is equivalent to what we have been reading from textbooks, equivalent to the high stationary stage of the demographic cycle. This stage is followed by the urbanizing or the industrializing stage, in which, however, the improvements in healthcare delivery and medicines, coupled with the investments in sanitation and infrastructure, they bring a sharp drop in the crude death rate, but the crude birth rates remain roughly the same, leading to an increase in the population rates. And this is equivalent to the early expanding stage of the demographic cycle. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. Now, during the mature industrial stage, the crude death rates continue to decline. And it is theoretized that the development within the society itself acts as an incentive to bring the crude birth rates down slowly. However, the overall population continues to climb, and this is equivalent of the late expanding stage. Our country is probably in this stage now and is likely to enter the next stage, might have entered now or is likely to enter in the next near future in the next 2 years. And finally, we have the post-industrial stage in which the population growth begins to level off because the crude birth rates have reduced to closely follow the crude death rates. The model also says that socioeconomic development is tied to a reduction in the population due to natural reproduction. Countries classified as industrial, such as Japan, Switzerland, and the United States, have fertility rates at or below the replacement level of 2.1. And this is equivalent to the low stationary as well as the declining stages of the demographic cycle. Next slide, please. Thanks. So our country is probably entering the post-industrial stage now. However, the effect of population momentum also has to be kept in mind. The importance of the model of demographic transition is that when studied with the model of epidemiological transition, it explains the gradual transition from high occurrence of communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases with increasing industrialization and reduction in the population growth rate. It also explains the demographic shift seen in the age pyramid structure of a country as it moves through the demographic transition. Can I have the next one? So the changes in the demographic profile of our country, comparing the year which is just passed by 2022 and trying to compare it roughly with 1950, just a couple of years after we achieved independence, is shown on the screen. The crude birth rate has fallen down drastically from 44 to 17, and so has the crude death rate, as would be appreciated, from 28 to 7. Now, there is a change in the demographic profile, and we will appreciate that currently the population which is under 14 years of age has come down, the proportion has come down as compared to what it was in 1950, almost 75 years back, whereas the proportion of people who are young adults or middle-aged or elderly has come up very well, as would be appreciated. The urban population also shows a shift toward the urbanization, and the expectation of life of birth also has increased from average of 72, from average of 41.7 or 42 roughly, which was in 1950, to as high as 72, which has been estimated for now. Next slide, please. Now, the population pyramids of our country, as was estimated or was there rather in 1950, now in 2022, and what is projected for the year 2045 is shown herewith. And it's a very, very typical demonstration of how a young childhood society with a very steep pyramid is gradually moving on to a pyramid which in 2045, roughly about 20 to 25 years from now, would almost be similar to the ones which currently the industrialized nations like US or France have. And it is also very clear that we are in a process of shifting. The middle age groups are increasing, elderly are also slightly increasing as compared to 1950, and maybe in 2045, we'll have a drastic increase in the middle age group and the elderly group. Next slide, please. Now, this slide depicts the population pyramids of USA in 2022 compared with our country in 2022 and what is projected for 2045. And it will be appreciated that at present, as compared to what US is as present, which is a typical elderly society and almost like a cylinder, our structure is still not become that much. We still have a substantial proportion of the young population, though we are increasing in the middle-aged population. But it seems that by the year 2045, about 20 to 25 years from now, we would be almost near to what a fully industrialized country like US is at present. And therefore, this will also drive a lot of the considerations for the policy and the planning that we have for our healthcare over the next 45 years. Next one, please. So what do these population pyramids tell us? They indicate, firstly, that our country is in a stage of transition from the typical child adolescent dominant population to a middle-aged elderly population. However, the transition is still going on and it will take another 20 to 25 years for the age structure to attain the shape of the classical industrialized or marketing economy type of pyramid. Next one. Secondly, these population pyramids also tell us that from now till the next 25 years, our healthcare policies should address both the group of diseases, that is, the diseases of children, adolescents, and young persons, which primarily will be predominated by the communicable diseases, STIs, RCH issues, and pre-pathogenesis stages of NCDs in these young persons, as also we'll have to focus on the diseases of the middle-aged, which will be predominantly non-communicable diseases, stress, accidents and injuries, and also we should be prepared to address the health problems of the elderly, which would include non-communicable diseases as well as the degenerative diseases, because the population structure is going to rise. Next slide. So now let us have a look at the theory of population momentum. Now this theory was initially suggested by Paul Vincent in 1945, but finally put across by Nathan Keyes in 1971. This theory refers to the situation where an immediate drop in the replacement fertility level, which is generally taken as a TFR of 2.1 and lower, in the high fertility populations could still result in decades of population growth. This phenomena occurs because a history of high fertility has resulted in high proportion of women in the reproductive ages, and these ensure high crude birth rates long after the age-specific fertility rates have dropped to the replacement level. This is what, in short, the population momentum theory tells us. Next one. In fact, as per a report which appeared on this subject covering 17 countries, including India, it may be as late as the year 2040 that our population comes out of this phenomena of population momentum and becomes demographically stable. For this reason, we need to be aggressive in our approach to population stabilization, and we must avoid any complacency simply by thinking that we have already dropped down to the replacement level and now we can take rest. Next slide, please. Now let us have a look at the theory of epidemiological transition. I'm very happy that my good friend and previous speaker, the Honorable Professor Sanjay Zodpe, is here, who has worked a lot on this in this aspect. Now, in 1971, Omran and Olshansky had put forward an excellent theory of epidemiological transition, which has come to be accepted as true now. As per this theory, the occurrence of diseases in a population is related to the level of socioeconomic development in that population. And the evolution of the disease profile passes through 4 stages. The first stage is called the age of pestilence and famine. It is seen among populations that are economically underprivileged and poor. The major problems in this stage are the communicable diseases and their epidemics and nutritional problems. At present, certain sub-Saharan African countries and some war-ravaged South Asian countries are in this stage. Can I have the next one, please? Now, the second stage is called as the age of receding pandemics. This stage is seen in countries whose economy is predominantly agricultural with very little industrial development. In this stage, communicable diseases start decreasing, but still remain a major problem. In addition, undernutrition remains a problem, though a very small proportion of the population may show overnutrition. Next slide, please. The third stage of epidemiological transition is called as the age of degenerative stress and man-made diseases. In this stage, there is a substantial increase in industrialization, but agriculture also contributes substantially to national economy. There is a perceptible increase in lifestyle diseases, that is the non-communicable diseases, or we'll call them NCDs, but communicable diseases also remain an important cause. Next one. And in the fourth stage, which is termed as the stage of delayed degenerative diseases, and in this stage, the industrial development is at its peak and is a major contributor to the economy, while agriculture contributes very little to the national economy. These non-communicable diseases or the lifestyle diseases become the major cause of ill health, while communicable diseases contribute very less to ill health in this stage of epidemiological transition. Next slide, please. Now let us have a brief discussion about the epidemiological transition ratio, what we call as in abbreviations ETR, and the epidemiological transition level, the ETL. It is apparent that epidemiological transition is a gradual process by which the disease profile of a community or a nation passes from one of predominantly communicable diseases to one which is predominated by non-communicable diseases. Now, to measure the amount of epidemiological transition that has taken place in a community or a country, the epidemiological transition ratio, that is ETR, is being used, and this is defined as the ETR is calculated as the disability adjusted life years or DALY due to communicable, maternal, neonatal and nutritional diseases. That is what we abbreviate as CMNND. You can see it here, and this is divided by the disability adjusted life years or DALY due to non-communicable diseases and injuries. Now, if this ratio is more than 1.5, it means that communicable diseases are predominating as a cause of mortality and morbidity. That is, the country is still in stage 2 of epidemiological transition. If it is between 1.5 and 0.5, it means that epidemiological transition is going on. That is, the country is in stage 3. If it is exactly 1, it means that it is the exact time when crossing over from communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases is taking place. Lastly, if it is less than 0.5, it means that epidemiological transition has happened and non-communicable diseases have become a major cause of mortality and morbidity. That is, the country has reached stage 4 of epidemiological transition. The term ETL stands for the epidemiological transition ratio level. An ETL of 0.3 to 0.5 is said to be a high epidemiological transition level, while that between 0.5 and less than 1 is supposed to be a low ETL. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, as I quoted earlier also, as per a very nice research conducted by ICMR and Public Health Foundation of India, in which my good friend and previous speaker, Professor Sanjay Zodpe, was a member of the research team, it was estimated that in our country, the ETR in 1990 was 2.28, which was pretty high, while in 2016, it was 0.49. Thus, epidemiological transition had been completed in our country, and we are now in stage 4 as per this data of epidemiological transition. The exact year when this crossing over occurred, which is, we say, ETR level of 1, is likely to have been somewhere in the year 2003. But we need to address something more. Can I have the next slide, please? So, however, we need to note that while the overall ETR is 0.549, there are marked variations between different states. Presently, a high ETL is seen in the states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, West Bengal, Haryana, Maharashtra, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, which indicate that these states are now very highly affected by non-communicable diseases and injuries. On the other hand, low ETLs are seen in all the 8 empowered action group, that is the EAG states at present, which indicate that these states, while here the NCTs are becoming important gradually, but however, at the same time, communicable diseases and maternal and child health problems are also very important. Next one. Now let us have a look at the current health and disease profile of the country, which I have computed actually from various different sources available to me. Can I have the next one? The broad categorization of the leading causes of death. We are talking of mortality at present. So the leading causes of death as per the category are shown on the screen. Non-communicable diseases are estimated to account for 62% of the deaths. Communicable diseases for around 22.5%. Injuries and accidents for 11% and neonatal causes for 3.5%. This is a very rough estimate, but by and large, it seems to be correct. Next slide, please. Now let us see what are the 10 leading causes of mortality in India with the proportional mortality rate, which has been shown here in the form of brackets. I'll explain this screen. Ischemic heart disease. Overall, cardiovascular disease accounts for 21% of all deaths, out of which ischemic heart disease accounts for 12% and stroke for the remaining 9%. Chronic lung disease accounts for 11%. Injuries, which include traffic accidents, falls and violence, equal to chronic lung disease, 11%. Stroke, as I said, accounts for 8 to 9%. Malignancies account for about 7% of the deaths, but communicable diseases are also there. Acute respiratory infections, including pneumonias, account for about 6% of all deaths and tuberculosis for 5%. Similarly, acute diarrheal diseases account for 5% of all deaths. So, while as far as mortality is concerned, non-communicable diseases are becoming important, but we cannot forget the effect of pneumonias, ARIs, tuberculosis, and acute diarrheal diseases. And prematurity, neonatal, and maternal deaths also account for 4% of all deaths. Can I have the next slide, please? Now let us come to a different issue. We had just talked of mortality, but when we see the top 10 causes of morbidity and mortality in terms of disability adjusted life years, that is Delhi, then they are shown here on the screen. And it is seen that the topmost, Delhi, is accounted for by ischemic heart disease, which accounts for almost 10%, nearly 10% of all the Delhis, followed by perinatal conditions, which account for 8.5% of all Delhis. And this is then followed by chronic respiratory diseases, diarrheal diseases, respiratory infections, cancers, stroke, RTAs, tuberculosis, and liver and alcohol related conditions. So there is a difference when we see the mortality profile and when we compare it with the profile of Delhi's, then we realize that some of the communicable diseases are still very much a cause of concern as far as Delhis are concerned as on today, and we need to address them. Can I have the next one? Now this slide, the screen shows the leading causes of morbidity according to non-communicable and communicable diseases here. We had till now talked of mortality, we talked of Delhi, now we talk of morbidity. So here is the NCDs, and here are in this column are the non-communicable diseases. The leading cause of morbidity as far as the NCDs are concerned are ISD, chronic pulmonary disease, stroke, cancers, and diabetes, and hypertension, which are substantial. For example, ischemic heart disease, the prevalence is estimated to be 7.5% of adult population aged more than 18 years, and which turns to around 6 crore cases at a given point of time. CPD, almost 9.3 crore cases at any given point of time overall. But we will appreciate here that even the communicable diseases are also having their own share, a major share. For example, acute respiratory infections account for almost 3,000 cases per lakh population per year, which is a substantial figure, and so is the acute diarrheal disease. They may not be converting into mortality, and therefore they are not becoming a major cause of mortality, but as far as morbidity is concerned, they are very much there, and we will appreciate that morbidity also makes a difference, because whether the person is serious or dies or survives, the load is always there on the healthcare system. So that way, the leading causes which we have to keep in mind even today are ARIs, acute viral diseases, enteric fever, tuberculosis, and pneumonia. Next one. Now, continuing with the leading causes of morbidity according to non-communicable diseases and communicable diseases, I am extending it to this screen. We have shown 6 leading causes in the previous slide. The next 4 in non-communicable disease are chronic kidney disease, which is gradually becoming an important cause, mainly related to hypertension and diabetes, road traffic accidents, and tobacco and alcohol use, the ill effects. But as far as morbidity is concerned, the communicable diseases are also important. Again, the vector-borne diseases still take their toll in our country, and so is viral hepatitis. We have the hepatitis day to day, HIV, and leprosy. So what I want to share is the data is here. The data can be appreciated, but non-communicable diseases are definitely becoming a major contributor to the mortality and to the disability adjusted life years. But when we talk of DALY, then communicable diseases also are having their big share. And when we talk of morbidity, then communicable diseases are also no less. They are also having a tremendous load on the healthcare system. And this needs to be taken care of when we talk of our policy and plans for the next 25 years. May I have the next slide, please? And a word about the nutritional profile, because that is also important and which is shown here. And we'll appreciate that as far as the stunting and wasting is concerned, it is a major problem. And these are the latest data from NFHS5. Anemia continues to be a major issue. And now what is happening is when we talk of epidemiological transition and demographic transition, this is also going up. While undernutrition in children and anemia in children is a major issue, the overweight among adults is also growing as a problem. It is almost 1/4 of the adult people who may be overweight, 23.5%. So we need to take off both the issues, undernutrition as well as overnutrition now. May I have the next one? Now, let us have a quick look at the thrifty gene hypothesis, which is also likely to affect the way we develop our healthcare policies and plans over the next 2 decades or so. In a very nice review, Hoskote and Joshi have provided the details of the thrifty gene hypothesis. To explain the high level of insulin resistance and its consequences among the Indians compared to Europoid and the other Caucasian population. For many countries, Indians have been largely a predominantly vegetarian population, and the economy was largely based on agriculture. This predominantly vegetarian diet provided lower energy density. On the other hand, the diet of Europeans over many centuries has been predominantly meat-based due to severe winters and consequent low agricultural production, and hence the European diet has been of high energy density. Next slide, please. Now, this dependence on the vegetarian diet and a predominantly agricultural society also meant that the society had to face periods of food shortage and energy deprivation during the frequent famines and floods, for which the human body was required to adapt with a view to store energy more efficiently to tide over the adverse circumstances. It has therefore been proposed that obesity, particularly abdominal obesity, since energy can be stored as fat more efficiently in the intra-abdominal compartment, and type 2 diabetes had their roots in a natural selection of these early humans, favoring a thrifty genotype, which enabled highly efficient storage of energy during periods of food abundance, which could be utilized during periods of food scarcity. Next slide. Thus, these genetic or phenotypic adaptations that are useful in an energy deprived state turn into disadvantage when the dietary energy intake becomes high and physical activity levels drop, as would happen when the same energy deprived populations like ours become affluent, get enough food, and do not exercise adequately. This is actually happening in our country now, given the industrialization and opening up of market economy, or else in case of Indians who migrate to more affluent countries. Thus, the same thrifty genotype which has originally developed to save energy and store it for use in the times of need continues to store energy when there is food abundance, resulting in obesity, particularly central intra-abdominal obesity, and which are strong risk factors for cardiovascular disease and diabetes mellitus. May I have the next slide, please? So let us see what is the take-home message from the discussion that we have had till now. Firstly, we need to appreciate that though we may have reached the population replacement level of TFR 2.1, still our country's population is likely to continue to grow for another 20 to 25 years before stabilizing maybe at around 1.6 to 1.65 billion, which would happen by the year 2040 to 2045 due to the phenomena of population momentum. We therefore need to cater to a much larger population over the next 2 to 3 decades. Secondly, during the next 20 to 25 years, that is for next one generation, the demographic profile will gradually shift to the one which predominantly middle-aged and elderly population will predominate. Thirdly, with high levels of industrialization, market economy, and changes in the lifestyle, disease pattern will shift from one predominated by CMNND, that is communicable maternal neonatal nutritional diseases, to the one predominated by non-communicable disease. That is in context of the epidemiological transition. Next slide, please. We also need to take into consideration that we as a population seem to be more predisposed to non-communicable diseases due to the possible effect of thrifty genes, and that adverse effects of this population gene are likely to become more prominent as the process of industrialization and market economy grows. It is also clear that the process of epidemiological transition has already started, even has become advanced in many of the states of our country. However, at present, while NCDs contribute to major proportion of mortality, that is about 62%. However, if we go by morbidity, communicable diseases, particularly ARIs, diarrheas, tuberculosis, vector-borne diseases, and HIV will also remain a prominent issue. Moreover, unexpected epidemics as COVID-19 are also potential threats. Besides this, the nutritional deficiencies will also need to be addressed for the next decade or two. May I have the next one? So, as we develop our policies and various specific plans for the next 25 years or so, we need to consider that during this period, the process of epidemiological transition and the continued growth of population, along with the demographic shift over the next 20 to 25 years. Our futuristic healthcare policies and plans should therefore need to address the triple load of, firstly, the non-communicable diseases and injuries or accidents. Secondly, the communicable maternal, neonatal, and nutritional health problems. And thirdly, the ever-lurking possibility of unexpected pandemics or epidemics. We should also remember that the nation needs to provide healthcare to a large population, which is around 142 billion now, but expected to be 160 to 165 billion by 2045, thus almost 15% higher than what we are now. Can I have the next one? So an important consideration would be that we need to take appropriately and well-trained and equipped healthcare to as near the community as possible, optimally till the sub-center level, both in rural and urban areas. At the expense of reputation, may I stress that the bottom line should be not to take the healthcare as far away as possible, but bring it to as close as possible to the beneficiary. Establishing more and more of tertiary care healthcare establishments only takes the healthcare far away from the majority, particularly the needy majority. Equity should be an important decisive consideration when we are developing our policies and plans. Next one, please. Regards, I am of the firm opinion that our current move to establish health and wellness centers, that is HWCs, at the sub-centers in rural as well as SWCs in the urban areas is a very good move, as it will bring appropriately trained manpower to provide appropriate preventive as well as curative care to the very near to the grassroots. Moreover, the provision of middle-level healthcare provider in the form of community health officer or CHO is likely to pay rich dividends. These CHOs are already qualified graduates in the Indian system of medicine or modern nursing and have been further trained for 6 months at selected medical colleges under the overall supervision of respective health universities. I have personal experience of training 2 such courses of CHOs at my medical college, and I am quite hopeful that they will be able to deliver appropriate preventive as well as curative health care to the population of sub-centers under their care right at the grassroots level. However, it will be required to accord very high priority in our plans that these health and welfare centers, rural as well as urban, should be adequately equipped as per the Indian public health standards in terms of manpower, equipment, drugs, and infrastructure. Next slide, please. Also, as a matter of policy, we need to consolidate our gains, which we have made till now in addressing the communicable, maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases. There should be no complacency or slackness in this regard. We have already seen that complacency in implementation, once gains are achieved, lead to tremendous resurgence, as was seen during erstwhile National Malaria Eradication Program during the period of mid-60s to mid-70s. We must therefore continue to be aggressive and aggressively address our programs for antenatal and postnatal care, delivery in the healthcare institution or by a trained birth attendant, our immunization program, and our nutritional programs, especially the ICDS and the midday meals program. At the same time, health programs directed towards communicable diseases, especially directed for tuberculosis, vector-borne diseases, HIV/AIDS, and IDSP must also continue with full zest and zeal. Finally, not to forget, we must always be prepared for pandemics. We know very well the unforgettable lessons which COVID has taught us. May I have the next one, please? We also need to keep in view, while drawing our plans, the coming onslaught of non-communicable diseases. We must keep in mind that considering the large population mass that will be involved in these diseases, combined with the fact that in contrast to communicable diseases, we do not have any vaccine or prophylactic drugs for these diseases, and also improvements in physical environment, as improved water supply and sanitation may not be specifically effective against non-communicable diseases. Therefore, our policy should focus on the most cost-efficient method for large population mass, that is the primary level of prevention. Therefore, our future policy should have a special focus towards physical activity and fitness, nutritional education, and tobacco control. These 3 I would like to keep as priority areas. As regards secondary prevention, we need to consider the available screening procedures, their accuracy and predictive value, as well as the most cost and effort which will be involved in these procedures. Now, against this background, those non-communicable diseases which are very well amenable to screening and early diagnosis and treatment are firstly hypertension, since measurement of blood pressure at the village or sub-center level will have very good predictive value and can be easily done, followed by diabetes mellitus using a simple glucometer, which should be well standardized at the CHO level, and carcinoma of the uterine cervix, in which case a pap smear can be taken and fixed at the sub-center level. Of course, more screening tests for other diseases can be added in the programs as the availability of newer screening tests becomes available. Next one. So with that, I close my talk, ladies and gentlemen, with my heartfelt thanks to the organizers for giving me a chance to express my views, and to the learned audience for their patient hearing. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
you very much, sir. That was really a helpful talk for all the residents, all the students who have joined all across the country, sir. I now open the floor for discussion and questions. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, in your slide, you have mentioned about DALIs, and we were just thinking that are we including in the injuries the disasters and the survivors of the disasters? Do we have the DALIs of that included in the injuries? And another thing is the policy for the health planning and policy. You have said unexpected pandemics and epidemics. So unexpected disasters are also, should we not be ready?
Madam, as I understand, your question was that regarding Delhi, which pertains to the disability adjusted life years, and as per the commitment of our country, it is by a part of the sustainable development goals. We have to express the disease profile in terms of DALIs. So these DALIs, as we all know, basically convert the years of life lived in disability and years of life lost. That is YLL and YLD. They are added together and converted into years. So it gives the amount of loss in terms of life, actual loss due to death or actual loss due to disability against a upper limit of maximum health life expectancy. Now, I understand your question was whether disasters are also being included in this Delhi. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. In the injuries, DALIs of injuries.
Madam, the disaster, the Delhi due to disaster is actually very, very difficult to calculate because they strike at a very massive rate and they strike in a very short time. And Delhi's actually go as per the different diseases. So disasters itself will bring about different types of morbidity depending on the disaster. For example, when COVID was there, the major cause which could have contributed to Delhi was the acute lung disease or pneumonia, what we would say. On the other hand, in case there is a flood, there are widespread floods, the Delhi's would be accounted for by injuries. So yes, I fully agree that Delhi's should also be included when we are dealing with disasters and particularly pandemics. And Professor Sanjay Zodpe is already there in the gathering, and he's a very well reputed person to give further light, throw further light on this issue, on this question, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, we have a question from Vaishali ma'am. She is asking, kindly comment on the mental health diseases over a period of time.
See, as on today, the estimate which we have is major mental illnesses cause almost about 1% of the total disease, 1% of the total population, which is a substantial figure. Now, recently there was a study done by NIMHANS and which brought out a substantial load of mental health problems. And surprisingly, the load included the earlier what we also call the neurosis. Neurosis, anxiety, personality disorders, anxiety and depression. But also what was surprising was increasing trend in drug dependence, alcohol. These two things have also come out. So bringing mental health care to the grassroots will be another challenge. And as I said, the ultimate objective step should be that we should be as near to the population with trained manpower. And the nearest we can reach the grassroots with a well-trained manpower would be at the sub-center level in case we are able to successfully implement the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers scheme. If we have properly trained CHOs as per the IPH standard, well equipped, I'm sure they will be able to address a lot of mental health issues right there, because their population under consideration is just about 5,000, 3,000 in the tribal and difficult areas, and they will be at a better position. Otherwise, the mental health program is very much in place. But if you see the mental health program, the earliest where the action really starts is at the district hospital. Below that, there is hardly any provision for specific mental health care. It is there on paper, But really speaking, it starts at the district hospital and above. That is my answer.
Right, sir. Yes.
Sir, as you are an author of a textbook of community medicine, I would also like to ask you that as you had mentioned that there is a shift, epidemiological transition has already taken place. And though there is a national program for the NCDs and all that, the implementations is still gearing up. So in view of that, because majority of these NCDs are having a long incubation period, to reach the underage, should there be any changes made into the medical education with focusing on these morbidity shift?
It's a very good question, and I'm very happy that academicians are also there in the forum. Basically, what we need to do is that we did a very wise step by bringing in the curriculum-based medical education program. It was implemented from 2019. But personally, I feel that when we are talking of IMG, that is the Indian Medical Graduate, once again sit down. All the academicians from all the disciplines, because we should visualize what our Indian medical graduate is expected to do. And we should visualize where he or she stands, whether he or she is standing in a big hospital, in a corporate hospital, or whether she or he is standing at a primary health center or even visiting the sub-center. Therefore, we need to first of all work out the actual disease profile of the country, the health problems. What are the major disease profiles? What are the major problems? Even today, we'll come to understand that it is ARIs, diarrheal diseases, tuberculosis, vector-borne disease like malaria and dengue and so on, injuries. Let us draw out our curriculum based on the actual health and disease profile which is being faced by the large section of the population, not by smaller section of the population. Or what I'll give you an example. I'll just give you an example. When we talk of an Indian medical graduate who is there at the primary health center, we take a lot of efforts in teaching him how to intubate. It's good. Everybody should know very well hands-on how to intubate. But really, I would like to ask the academicians, how many times a given Indian medical graduate at the PSC or wherever would require to intubate a patient? So it's my feeling, we have to be realistic. We have to redraw our academic plans, our teaching plans based on the real profile that is there. And for that, we have to have data. And for that data, the hard data which is happening at the grassroots, at the village level, or at the sub-center or primary health center, I think organizations like IPHA are at a very good pedestal to go through that data, get the data from the various members, and reformulate a strategy and submit it to the national statutory body, the regulatory body. That is my take on your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Right. Thank you very much, sir. Beyond the realms of healthcare, we must visualize a society that embraces the sustainable practice, innovative solutions, and inclusive policies. So we really are thankful to you, sir, for those insights on a very, very pertinent topic today. Sir, we would like to really felicitate you, but in words today, since we are connected on virtual platforms, sir, we really do invite you, sir, to visit MGM Institute of Health Sciences, and we really look forward to your visit as well, sir.
Thanks a lot from my side, and my gratitude to the organizers and the top officers of the MGM Institute of Health Sciences. I am very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jai Hind. with that, we come to an end of our first 3 sessions of the CME. We gather here, reassemble here at sharp 2:30 p.m. after the break. That is 14:30 hours for another very interesting topic and a thought-provoking panel discussion with some of the forward-thinking idea catalysts in the field. I look forward to having you all with us here post the session break. Thank you.
বেশিরভাগই দেখা যাচ্ছে যে যাদব এবং গ্রুপ চাকরি পাচ্ছি তারা আজকে রাস্তায় বেরোচ্ছে তারা বিক্ষোভ দেখাচ্ছে বিভিন্ন যাতে একটা যে সুপার নির্বাচিত
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I have unmuted. Yeah. That is, I'm talking to you with your phone, no?
Sir, the elliptical.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Dr. Doke over there.
Yes, sir.
After 5:30. We're so happy to have you, sir.
आकांक्षा को फोन आया था कुछ?
Good afternoon, all. We will be starting in next 5 minutes. Look forward to the participation from all the delegates. Good afternoon, all. With the permission of Honorable VC, we start with our post-lunch, post-session break session. For this session, we have a very pertinent topic and a very dear speaker with us, Dr. Gajanan Villar, sir, Professor and Head, Department of Community Medicine, KL Valavadkar Rural Medical College, Savade, Chiprun, District, Ratnagiri. Sir, a graduate from TN Medical College and Nair Charitable Hospital, and PG from LTM Medical College, Sion. He has worked as a teaching faculty in TNMC as well as in GS Medical College for 6.5 years. After was holding the position of professor and HOD at GS Medical College for a period of 4.5 years, just before his retirement, a few months back. Total teaching experience of sir is very vast, of 36 years, and as a PG teacher for last 27 years. More than 35 students have completed MD under sir's guidance. Sir is a recognized PhD guide as well in the subject of community medicine. Till now, 4 students have completed PhD and 6 students have are currently pursuing PhD under sir's guidance. Sir is the president of Indian Public Health Association Maharashtra branch. Sir has started many new initiatives in the department at the GS Medical College, such as fellowship program in infectious disease, yellow fever vaccination center, epidemiological research center, palliative care in OPD services. His interest areas are communicable and non-communicable diseases, epidemiology, nutrition, tuberculosis, HIV and AIDS, and management of healthcare services. Sir has been on editorial board as well as a referee for various medical journals. Sir is by representation on various statutory bodies such ethical committees, staff society, research society, and board of studies. Number that is 90 papers have been published in various medical journals which are of state, national, and international stage. 10 funded projects to the credit of Sir we have, and Sir has worked on deputation as WHO medical consultant for RNTCP in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Goa. Today, Sir will be talking about uplifting the voices of women and girls, unlock infinite possibilities. The theme, the very theme of this year's World Population Day. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of MGMIHS, and we look forward to this talk of yours, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ashlesha Taude. I'm sorry that physically I am not there right now at MGMMC, and in order to take care of some connectivity related issues, I think I have already shared my pre-recorded talk on this particular topic, on this lecture topic, and I would now request you to start playing whatever I have already sent it, because here the issue is that very frequently the electricity goes off and every 5-10 minutes I will find interruption. So I would now like request you to start the presentation from your side.
Right, sir.
Please download it.
Right, sir. So due to the connectivity issue, and we all are aware that we are facing some really heavy rains. Sir has already recorded the whole session, and we have Sir's session. We would like to play it now, sir, with the permission. Right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, at the outset, let me thank the organizers of this CME for giving me this opportunity to deliver a lecture on the topic to uplift the voices of women and girls to unlock infinite possibilities. Dear friends, in fact, I wanted to be present at MGM Medical College physically for delivering this particular lecture, but due to some unavoidable reasons, it is not possible. And taking into account the situations where I am right now, I thought it would be a wise decision to send a pre-recorded speech in order to avoid the last minute problems in the connectivity related issues at our place. I am very sorry for the inconvenience caused because of not being present physically over at the place of CME. The topic which is given to me is closely related to the World Population Day theme 2023. Our theme is unleashing the power of gender equality, uplifting the voices of women and girls, unlock our world's infinite possibility. Now, this topic is very important, and the entire focus, if you read all the words in this particular theme, entire focus is on the actions or to initiate proactive initiatives on the issues related to the population as on today. And each and every word which is there in this particular theme is very important. Unleashing means to let happen or begin something powerful that once begun cannot be controlled. We need to start the action. We need to put the things into action so that once begun, it will take a correct trend and will move forward to make gender equality a true reality in near future. Gender equality here, we mean people of all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities to realize their potentials. Uplift means to light in an upward direction or support to lead a better life in future. Unlock is to open up, to get released, to feel free all the time. And infinite is unlimited, boundless measures or undertakings in order to open up, feel absolutely free, no boundaries, no limitations, no prohibitions, everything. Each and every woman is in a position to exploit her own potentials to make all her dreams a true reality. That is what it means. That means, in short, it tells us to act upon, initiate something, keep it up, and don't stop anywhere unless whatever is desired is fulfilled. Now, World Population, what is the significance and importance of World Population Day? So we all know that this is an annual event observed on 11th July every year. And the purpose is to raise the awareness of global population, benefits of family planning, gender equality, poverty, maternal health, human behavior. World Population Day has a vision of creating a future where everyone has equal opportunities to realize all their potentials. This is absolutely very important. It simply means that when we say World Population Day, usually we carry the impression that everything is going to be related to family planning and focus on reducing the population size or reducing the birth rate and reducing the growth rate of the population. No, it has many other parameters which are equally important, and we need to act upon all these things. This World Population Day was established by the Governing Council of United Nations Development Program in 1989, and the day came into existence when the world population reached 500 crores in the year 1987. Thereafter, this idea of celebrating
World Population Day was conceptualized and the first World Population Day was observed in the year 1990. United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, according to them, although the global population growth rate will continue to decline in the coming decades, the world population will likely to be between 20 to 30% greater in 2050 as compared to what it is in 2020. Instead of focusing on numbers and population, the focus has to be on the people, the quality of life the people lead, and whatever issues, burning issues they have, we need to concentrate, we need to focus on those parameters. The threat to human survival, see, in 2017, the world population was around 700 crores. In 2023, it is 804 crores. Now, because of overpopulation, the world's natural resources depleting daily at an unsustainable rate, and that is how it creates the threat to human survival. Overgrown population is a challenge to climate change as well. Violence faced by too many people is still based on their gender, ethnicity, class, religion, sexual orientation, disability, and origin. So to curb the threat to a healthy society and provide a better and sustainable future, it is essential to create awareness about the risk of overpopulation. Now, this completely highlights what really we need to do. Now, we shall try in simple words or in pictorial form, if I have to illustrate. This is where on the left side, this is where we are, and we are on the lookout to change the scenario, what is shown in this particular arrow. So you can very well understand the situation and what is the expected change. Now, this particular slide highlights how the population has grown over a period of time. So population, world population reached the level of 1 billion in 1804, and it became 2 billion in 1927, almost 120 years later. It became 3 billion in 1960, just in 33 years, became 4 billion in 1974, 14 years later, and 5 billion in 1987, 13 years later, 6 billion in 1999. So you can find out, you can very well note that the growth rate has increased, and the time required for the population to increase by 1 million is now getting shorter and shorter. Now, this is the slide which gave the predictions in the year 2004. And according to that, the population would have reached 7 billion by 2013 and 8 billion by 2028. Now, we have already crossed the figure of 8 billion 2023. That is almost 5 years before our predictions made in the year 2004. Now, population projections, if you see here, from 2015 to 2100, it clearly mentions that even though there is a decline in the growth rate of population, in absolute number or size, the population is going to be increasing till 2000, till 2100, and it holds true for low variant, median variant, as well as high variant. This is again very important. This talks about, or it shows the world population growth rate from 1950 to 2021. And you will invariably see that even though the growth rate is reducing over a period of time, okay, the population is steadily increasing. Growth rate will further continue to decline. However, the population will reach up, and this trend will continue for a few more years. Growth in total population size in different countries and regions of the world. Here also, more or less the trends are the same, and we belong to Southeastern Asia region, and here also you will find that now we are almost at the top, and as the growth rate declines, maybe that over a period of time, the overall population size may go down to some extent. Why does the population continues to grow? Now, this is very important to understand. The growth of the population in the past 2 centuries is largely the result of advances in modern medicine and reductions in global poverty. Now, these have significantly reduced the infant, child, and other mortality rates, which has contributed a lot to improve or increase the life expectancy. So, because of this, the population shows a growing trend. Although fertility levels have declined, they have not fallen at the same pace as mortality levels. And because of improved survival rates and historically high fertility levels, there are more women who belong to reproductive age group today than ever before. And this particular trend will continue and will contribute to a relatively large number of births, even if each woman gives birth to a less number of children, or women have fewer children than average. This means the world population will continue to grow for a few more decades to come, in order to the response to the momentum which is already gained. Situation, a varied landscape. This is also very important for us to understand. The general population trends usually mask the considerable differences between the countries. Now, there are some countries which are expanding quickly. Many of the world's least developed countries have population projections to double between 2020 to 2050, whereas populations of more than 60 countries are projected to shrink between now and 2050 due to falling fertility, in some cases increased migration. In high-income countries, migration rather than the fertility will be the main driver of population dynamics, like USA, some European countries. Age distribution also affects the populations expand or contract. So more adolescents and young people enter into the parent, they will drive continued global population growth despite falling fertility rates. In countries with aging populations, it is invariably true that the number of women who are above the reproductive age group will be more. Number in the reproductive age group will go down. This could result in slow growth of population, or population will decrease over a period of time. While demographics vary considerably at national levels, the overall trends have global implications for sustainable development. For example, although the G20, an organization representing 20 of the world's largest economies, is responsible for 80% of all emissions, the global climate will change no matter where the greenhouse gases are emitted. Falling fertility levels also create opportunities for countries to realize the demographic dividend, the economic growth that can occur when there is an increase in the number of people of working age and a decrease in the number of dependents on them. What are the world population trends in brief? I'm not going to go into the details of this population trends. We're not going to go into the details of many figures, but the most important things which we must understand at this point are that in the early 1970s, women had an average 4.5 children. By 2015, the total fertility for the world has fallen to below 2.5 children per woman. However, meanwhile, the average global lifespan have risen from 64.6 to in the year 1990 to 72.6 in 2019. High levels of urbanization and accelerating migration. So by 2050, about 66% of the world population will be living in cities. So these mega trends have far-reaching implications to everybody. It will affect the economic development, employment-related issues, income distribution, poverty parameters, social protections, universal access to healthcare, education, housing, sanitation, water, and energy. All these fronts are going to get affected either directly or indirectly by virtue of these population growth. So it is important for all of us to know that women make up 49.7% of the global population. Yet they are ignored. Their rights are violated in population policies. More than 40% of the women globally cannot make decisions on sexual and reproductive health. And they cannot even enjoy whatever reproductive rights are available to them. Only 1 in 4 women across low and middle income countries realize their desire for fertility. Maternal death every 2 minutes globally. 1/3 of the women have experienced intimate partner violence as well as non-partner sexual violence or both. This is what is happening at the global level. Only 6 countries have 50% or more women in their parliament. More than 2/3 of the total 800 million people globally who cannot read are women. 2/3 women. Out of those who are illiterate, 2/3 are the women. According to the World Health Organization, 30% of the women will be subjected to physical and or sexual violence in their lifetimes. 38% of murdered women are killed by their intimate partners. Crisis like COVID-19 pandemic and more increases the gender-based violence. It is equally true that communities and societies are stronger and healthier when women and girls are empowered to choose if and when to build the families they want. Empowered women are better enabled to complete their education. Women's autonomy with their households is increased and their earning power is also increased. We must advance gender equality to create a more just, resilient, and sustainable world. The creativity, ingenuity, resources, and power of women and girls are foundations to addressing the demographic and other challenges that threaten our future, including climate change. When women and girls are empowered by societies to exert autonomy over their lives and bodies, they and their families thrive well. When UN State of World Population report clearly mentions about it. The World Economic Forum, the World Economic Forum states that it will take almost a century or many more decades before true gender equality becomes a true reality. What is the situation as far as the population is concerned in our country? The current population in India is around 142 crores and 86 lakhs as of 16th July 2023. It is 17.76% of the total world population, and we rank the first position in the list of countries by the population. We have already surpassed China, which was holding the first position for so many years. The population density in India is 481 per kilometer square. The total land area is 29,73,190 kilometers square. 36.3% of the population resides in urban areas. The median age here is 28.2. Remember that anxieties about population size are more often than not are the anxieties about being able to provide a good quality of life of everyone. Why are we really worried about the population size? It is because we may not be in a position to ensure good quality of life to each and every individual in the country. It is very important for us at this juncture to understand some of the important reasons for the causes for gender inequality. Because when we say that we need to address this on a wider scale, we need to focus to resolve the problem of gender inequality. It is mandatory that we are very clear about what are the causes, and then only it becomes very clear which are the areas where we can touch upon in order to get the impact as early as possible. So first and most important reason is uneven access to education. Now, all illiterate people in the world, almost 2/3 are the female. When girls are not educated on the same level as boys, it has a huge effect on their future and the kinds of opportunities they will get. Now, even if you visualize or even if you go through the demographic details of our country, as per the census 2011, okay, you will find that over a period of last few decades, the literacy rate among the males as well as is improving. Literacy rate is improving. But the most important feature is that the gap between male and female literacy has been persistent for the last few decades. Lack of employment equality is another important thing. Only 6 countries, that is Belgium, Denmark, France, Latvia, Luxembourg, and Sweden in the world, give women the same legal work rights as men. In fact, most economic give women only 3/4 of the rights of men. Studies show that employment becomes on even playing field. It is a positive domino effect on other areas of gender equality. Now, this is something what we also experience or we also witness in day-to-day life, that the women are not offered the same employment equality as that of men. Certain things, job segregation, the next point holds true. In most of the societies, there is an inherent belief that men are simply better equipped to handle certain jobs. And most of the time, those are the jobs that usually pay the best. This discrimination results in lower income for women. And women usually are also engaged with the primary responsibility of performing the jobs which remain paid. Now, this is very, very important and something which we are witnessing in day-to-day life without taking it place, without talking openly. Lack of legal protections. Women don't have the legal protections. The domestic and sexual or domestic and sexual violence or domestic economic violence would have a significant impact on women's ability to thrive. In many countries, there is also a lack of legal protections against harassment in the workplace, school, as well as in property. Even though, as a formality, all these services are available, are seen available at many places, in few sense they are not performed. They are not offering the desired or expected protections to women, which is a true point. Lack of bodily autonomy. Many women around the world do not have authority over their own bodies or when they become pregnant. Accessing birth control is frequently very difficult. According to the WHO, over 200 million women don't want to get pregnant, not using any compensation. Now, this is also something which we get to see very often when we work in that each and every decision related to use of contraceptives, related to having number of children, related to the birth of a son or birth of a boy or male child. Okay. All these important decisions are usually raised with the husband or maybe in-laws in the family, and the woman who is responsible or who is going to be a direct beneficiary of this service has any voice, choose whatever she wants. Poor medical care, this is linked to other gender inequality reasons such as the lack of education, job opportunities, which results in more women being in poverty. Now, many women also experience discrimination and dismissal from their doctors, broadening the gender gap in care quality also. Many services, many times we see a young adolescent girl reports to the hospital. She usually, many times she is found that she is denied the services because there are no male from the members with her. lack of religious freedom. And the religious freedom is a matter women suffer the most. So according to the World Economic Forum, when extremist ideologies like ISIS come into the community and restrict religious freedom, gender inequality gets worse. So when it is a religious matter, the women are the one who bear the major burden and usually the victims of the system. Lack of political representation. On the national parliaments at the beginning of 2019, only 24.3% of the seats were female. Women are still grossly underrepresented in the political process. So this means that certain issues that female politicians still to be, such as the parental leave, child care, internal gender equality, laws, and gender-based violence. So unless and until we increase the participation of the women in the political process, their voice cannot be heard, and it is not going to, and whatever our demands are not going to be translated into action. Always remember that failing to support reproductive rights always comes with the costs, and those costs are borne disproportionately by the women and the most marginalized. So whatever the rights offered to the women, if they are not realized, ultimate sufferer is the woman herself. And she suffers a lot in the entire thing. Family planning must not be a tool for achieving population targets, but one to empower the individuals. Many times it is, we always insist or we always focus on family planning. It's a very important measure to reduce the population size to ensure the decline in the growth rate. It is true, has to be done, but it is equally important to visualize its empowerment, its relations, or its importance to empower the individuals. Another reasons are racism. It affects what jobs the women tribes are able to do and how much they are paid, as well as how they are viewed by legal and healthcare system. Now, certain jobs, especially the jobs which usually are not performed by the males, which are usually looked down upon, are assigned the women. And certain tribes, a tribal woman is expected to perform certain jobs which otherwise the women from the allied groups may not agree to do so. Then societal mindset, it is also equally important. It is less tangible than some of the other models which we have enumerated from. But the overall mindset of the society is a significant impact on gender equality. How society determines the differences and value of men versus women plays a starring role in everything, whether it's employment or the legal system or the healthcare. So India has been ranked very low on various indices that measure the gender equality. It is not something for which we should feel proud about. And according to the World Economic Forum, India ranked 27 46 countries for gender parity in 2020. So there is a lot of scope for us to focus, do something, initiate something, and pursue persistently so that the gender equality becomes, which is integral part of improving even the quality of life, improving the human status is concerned. What women and girls want also matters a lot. We know that gender inequality keeps women and girls out of school, out of work, of leadership position, limits their ability to make decisions about their own health and sexual and reproductive lives. And it heightens their vulnerability. What are the impacts of all these things? Ultimately, it leads to increase their vulnerability to violence, harmful practices, and preventable maternal deaths, with women dying every 2 minutes due to pregnancy or child. World Population Day gives us an opportunity to highlight the need to advance gender equality, to help realize the dreams of all 8 billion population. This process starts by listening to the voices of women and girls and other marginalized people and introducing laws and policies that enable them to exert their rights and make meaningful choices. We must advance gender equality to create a more just, resilient, and sustainable world. Women play a powerful role in advancing consensus and building peace and harmony. Investing in gender equality today is an investment in our shared future. 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals expressly acknowledges that sexual and reproductive health and gender equality is essential for adopting a more prosperous and sustainable. What are the measures to reduce the health inequity? We all belong to, and health inequity is also a very important concern. It should be a very important concern to all of us, which is directly, indirectly related with gender inequality. So health equity eliminates basically avoidable health differences between the groups by improving the health care access, improving services, and removing systemic barriers related to this gender, class, and some more elements. What really we need to do in order to improve health inequity, in order to reduce health inequity, is conduct a research that you need to clearly identify what are the disparities in access of healthcare, what are the issues in healthcare quality and care outcomes. We need to address on the social determinants of health on time to time, diversity or diversify the medical field, more female doctors at primary health center, primary healthcare institutions, which are essential in order that they will take benefit of all these services. Engage the community more, that means build trust with the communities we serve. Tailor the services to the community's needs and seek community participation in programs and decision making. Provide culturally competent care. Culturally competent healthcare systems meet the social, cultural, linguistic needs of all populations. This is important as those most in need of improved healthcare and better health outcomes often come from racial and ethnic minorities. So in order to respond to their needs, respond to their demands, improve compliance from their side, get active participation in whatever services we are providing to them, it is equally important that we must mold those services and make them culturally competent so that the utilization occurs. When we talk about population control, we cannot forget about the importance of family planning and what are the important standards to upload the human right to family planning, okay, which also is one of the very important measures to move towards eliminating or reducing gender inequality. Number one is non-discrimination. Family planning services cannot be restricted on the basis of race, religion, political affiliation, national origin, age, economic status, place of residence, disability status, marital status, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Services should be made high level, accessible, functionally accessible to whoever wants to make use of it, acceptable provided in a defined, dignified manner respecting both modern medical ethics and the cultures of those being accommodated. Should comply with good quality norms. Information must be clearly communicated and scientifically accurate. Informed decision-making person must be informed to make reproductive choices with full autonomy, free of pressure, coercion, or misrepresentation. Privacy and confidentiality, we are expected to respect the right to privacy when seeking family planning services. Participation, active and informed participation of individuals in decisions that affect them, including the other health-related issues also. And we must exhibit accountability. Health systems accountability has to be exhibited by health systems, education systems, leaders, policymakers must also be accountable to the people they serve in all efforts to realize the human right of true family planning. So to summarize, what is the changing scenario and solutions? It is in a nutshell, it is very clear that fertility related issues are declining. Fertility is reducing, total fertility rate is going down. However, the population or growth of population will continue for a few more years to come. Empowerment of adolescent girls deserves attention. Women are the victims of gender violence, sex violence, and domestic violence. They are also the victims of various non-communicable diseases, including different types of cancers specific to the women. Accessibility to health services is again major to many women, especially those who are in the rural areas, tribal areas, or at the remote places. Priority of primary healthcare services has to be seen, and primary healthcare services also should focus on the women health issues on priority basis. If possible, care at home should become a true reality, because today we see in rural areas, tribal areas, n number of women in the senior citizens categories at home. They are in need of health services, but they are unable to reach to the health services on their own because of various reasons. Maybe it is a poverty, maybe it is the services are far away, or maybe that there is nobody to accompany them. Simply, they cannot afford to travel by public or private transport facilities. So in such type of situations, care at home may be considered wherever it is required. Control on financial resources. Women have very limited control on the financial resources of the family, and a lot of quality of life related issues. Maybe it is on the physical health front, social status, emotional well-being. All they are the victims of deprivation on all these fronts. So in order to address these issues, what could be the priority? Which not many things are really required to be done, but we need to prioritize the interventions, everything together. Everything is not possible at one time. Gender inequality is not something which is going to be changing very fast or very rapidly. Most important is give access to education just like men. Whatever is the gap between literacy rate of males and females, that should be reduced. Give opportunities to be empowered and achieve economic success wherever possible, whenever possible, whomsoever it applies. Stop the violence and sexual assaults. You are witnessing the situation in Manipur right now. End child marriages, which are also not very common. And awareness about the women's right. We need to create awareness on a larger scale about the women's rights on all fronts. By focusing on these 5 major points, we can hope to achieve equality between men and women in our society. It is neither difficult nor impossible. We all can do it together, provided we are committed to do so. Remember, population changes are normal, and population sizes are neither good nor bad. What is needed are the resilient systems that can respond to the needs of the populations, no matter what is its size. Likewise, rising and falling fertility rates are neither good or bad. They should, however, be an expression of the reproductive rights and choices of the individuals. Remember, increasing population size is a sign of human progress sometimes. It means that the newborns are surviving, more children are going to school, receiving health care and making good adulthood. People today are living almost 10 years longer than they were in 1990. Changes in fertility rates will be likely to change our population's current trajectory of growth. For the next 25 years, 2/3 of all population growth will be driven by the fast growth. So whoever, whatever has happened 25 years back will continue for a few more years. Reduced fertility rates in developed countries are signs that individuals are increasingly able to exercise control over their own reproductive lives. Total fertility rate 2.1 is the average replacement rate for countries with very low infant and child mortality and natural sex ratios at birth, not countries with higher mortality or skewed sex ratios. It also fails to capture the changes to total fertility rate, fails to capture the changes in the age of women childbirth and the impact of migration on the population size. However, it is true that today around 44% of the partnered women are unable to exercise bodily autonomy, meaning they are unable to make their own decisions over their healthcare, contraception, and whether or not to have sex. The wealthiest 10% of the human population is responsible for half of all greenhouse gas emissions, and they tend to live in countries with lower fertility rates. Thus, reducing fertility rates will not fix the climate crisis. For that, we need sustainable levels of consumptions, we need reduce inequalities and investments in cleaner energy sources. It is very important we believe in this phrase, think globally and act locally. What really needs to be done from our side is we have heard on the theoretical part of it. When it comes to action, how we should start, because it has to become the responsibility and each and everybody, each and every concerned person, each and every individual. So look around in your area of work. What is the status of women? Look very carefully, evaluate very critically, identify the problems in choosing. Identify the vulnerability in age group. What are the problems of the women in the reproductive age group? What are the problems of adolescent girls? What are the problems of women in senior citizens category? Their vulnerability differs according to their age. Discuss with them their empowerment related issues, what they really want, what is the control on the resources, how much is their participation in the decision making for their own benefit, what is their dependency profile. Discuss with them. In sense, it is not that this is something which you can observe. You need to discuss it personally with the women wherever it is possible. Identify the priority areas to focus upon based on understanding of the situation in the given area. Develop action plan in collaboration with local public health functionaries and the community stakeholders. Implement the plan meticulously, select appropriate activities, monitor what works and what does not work, identify impact of intervention over a period, and feedback from the beneficiaries to improve. Because the ultimate beneficiaries, the benefits are going to reach the beneficiaries, and their feedback will guide us what more needs to be done to improve. Remember, supporting parents to promote more diverse concepts of gender with their young children may reduce the rigid gender stereotypes tied to attitudes that support violence and create a more gender equitable community development. So all these things, in a true sense, if gender equality has to become a true reality, the changes or the initiatives should start right when the children are in their tender age group. What medical, most of us, we all belong to the medical colleges, either faculty students, PG students, etc. So what could be the role of medical college as far as this topic is concerned? In what way we can contribute? Course number one, is the advocacy to respond to changing scenario related to health care of women and other vulnerable groups. We need to advocate about what are the needs of women in true sense and all the time. Identify the incidence and prevalence of various NCDs and their demographic determinants in the field. Initiate appropriate interventions as per the requirement. It is equally important that capacity building of primary healthcare staff in public and NGO sector is important in order for them to realize the importance of this particular topic and to ensure that they change in order to improve the desired changes in the services addressing the issues of gender equality. We need to facilitate adoption and utilization of social security measures by eligible beneficiaries. A lot of social security measures are available which really address the issue of gender equality, which are meant for the women, but unfortunately, the lack of awareness of available social security measures is very highly prevalent, which prevents the utilization of these measures by the true beneficiaries. Promote community ownership responsibility for care of deserving patients. Now, this community ownership responsibility is very important. That it is not that we are going to in total rely on somebody else who would address the issue. Community, the family, the community also should share some responsibility to ensure that the women are granted the due respect, gender equity, gender equality becomes true reality. It is possible that community can play a major role in identifying the vulnerabilities in their own area. Whenever necessary, transport arrangements can be offered from them. They can even accompany the patients to the healthcare institutes or to other places if required. Seek support of community stakeholders on the measures, on the works related to women or wherever some help is desired by the beneficiaries. And we need to generate the mechanisms to hear the voice of the individuals, maybe through community stakeholders, maybe through self-help groups, maybe with other important, significant personalities in the community, etc. But we should be constantly hearing the voice of these needy individuals. Unless and until we need to organize, or we need to undertake the research, we need to undertake the assignments to direct it to listen to the voices of the needy individuals, because unless and until we listen to what they want, it is difficult for us to move in the proper directions and play a catalytic role to respond to the voices of the women and open up the
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ashlesha, we cannot hear you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very comprehensive take on this year's theme for World Population Day. And I open now the floor for discussion and questions. Yes.
Sir, you have ended up the session with think globally and act locally.
Yes.
So I have one thing locally which I had in my mind is the paternal childcare leave, which we are not advocating for the state level and local bodies. That is also a way of giving gender equality. And second thing is that childcare leave which central government employees enjoy having it for 2 years. Why is it not implemented at the state level and for us? So that also can be in the form of gender equality and lifting of the voice.
So the medical college people will have to advocate on these issues. Of course, I forgot to mention these two very specifically, but they are important as far as ensuring the gender equity is concerned. Now, all this paternal leave and child care leave is already there. It is maybe it is not equally available in all the sectors, but definitely in government sector they are already there.
Right. Any? Yes, ma'am. Question. Yes. Sir, there is a gender inequality that is seen in health workforce as well. So,
Is the other way.
so but going forward in for 2047 we are talking about. So how do we address that gender inequality in the health workforce itself? Even if we look at it, today's panel, we have one lady.
Very, in fact, very difficult to answer this particular question at this point of time, but gender inequality does exist in the health workforce also. Okay, so we need to address, taking into account what type of people or what gender is really required at which place, and that proportionate has to be mentioned, because many times we find that at the level of primary health center, if you have a female committed doctor, usually the performance of the centers are really very good. So if we do not know whether we can advocate the entire thing in this way or no, but it is true that we should be. What type of policy decisions are going to be taken on this line, I am not aware about it, but it is a matter. It is a matter of concern.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, we thank you dearly for having this session, and we really would like you to come here and we would felicitate, but today please accept our felicitation in words from here, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be one of the plenary speakers in this game. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now coming to our last leg of this journey, we come to a very interesting panel discussion. 1.6 billion lives, infinite possibilities. And to moderate the discussion, we have our very own Professor and Head, Department of Community Medicine, MGM Medical College, Navi Mumbai, Dr. Prasad Vaingankar, sir, with us. Sir is the Secretary, IPHA, Maharashtra State Branch. He has been on editorial board of Indian Journal of Public Health from 2013 to 15. Sir has been on National Central Council Committee of IPHA. Sir has been an EC member of Maharashtra chapter of IAPSM. He's been an executive committee member of IPHA Maharashtra State Branch since 2015 till now. Sir has been former National Professional Officer, WHO, and he has worked in emergency and humanitarian action at the as well as polio eradication, WHO and Government of India. He has several publications, conferences to his credit. Sir, now I hand the session to you as moderators. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome all in the session. The post-red session. We try to keep you awake with the lively discussion in this panel discussion. It's 1.6 billion lives, infinite possibilities. That is the topic of the panel discussion. We have gathered together here for the CME, is in reference with the World Population Day. 11th July is observed as a World Population Day. I remember that in 1987, first time when the world reached 5 billion population, we started observing. I was in a medical college in final MBBS. Till then, only the World Health Day was important for us from the exam point of view. And this another day got added. So, but good thing that all of us became aware about this at that time. 5 billion, that was considered a big figure, that world population has reached a milestone. I remember that indicator was set at Chembur, near IIPS, where every day the population was getting updated at that time. Now it's 2023. मैं ज़्यादा बुढ़ा भी नहीं हुआ, but world has reached 8 billion. So we are discussing here again in this panel about this population growth, and especially about India, which is estimated to stabilize its population by 2047, when almost it is completing 100 years of independence. And it has already taken over the China. Various aspects of this population growth since morning we are discussing. Various speakers have elaborated the issues, the solutions. In our today's panel discussion, the panelist, Dr. Nitin Kadam sir could not join because he's preoccupied with some other engagements. But it's our privilege that our Vice Chancellor sir, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, he's joining this panel discussion. Just introduce him. He's an eminent educationist. He has been previously the Dean of Government Medical College, Aurangabad, Registrar of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, MUHS, and Vice Chancellor of Pravara Institute of Medical Sciences at Loni Bipur. He also has been a principal investigator for the use of pentavalent vaccine. And he has played active role into the academics. He has been Shardini Dahanukar Best Teacher Awardee of MUHS and Rajiv Gandhi Education Excellence Award for outstanding achievements. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the panel. Thank you. Our next panelist is joining online, Dr. Sanghamitra Ghosh. He is the president of Indian Public Health Association. He has served all three services, Air Force, Army, Ordnance Factory, since the last 22 years. And she has rendered numerous services at the Family Welfare Center at the field level. She is very much active into the field of public health and at the organization level for last several years. Welcome, Dr. Sanghamitra.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Prakash Doke. He is here present. He is a MD Preventive and Social Medicine, DNP Epidemiology, and PhD in Maternal Health. He is currently Professor of Community Medicine and Head Central Research and Publication Unit, Bharati Vidyapith. He is well known as a former Director of Health Services of Government of Maharashtra, one of the popular director, former Executive Director of State Health Services Resource Center, SHSRC of Government of Maharashtra. He has 23 years of administrative experience and 19 years of teaching experience. He has international trainings in USA, Germany, Yugoslavia. He has represented country in various international events, published 80 articles in national and international journals. He has also contributed author in the books of Epidemiology and Management for Healthcare, textbook of Community Medicine, and textbook of Community Physiotherapy. He has also served as public health expert member for Government of Madhya Pradesh and guided 10 PhD students. He has been ex-president of IPHA Maharashtra branch. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the panel. Our next panelist is Dr. Harshad Thakur. Dr. Harshad Thakur has done his MD in Preventive and Social Medicine from St. G.S. Medical College and KEM Hospital. Currently, he is working as professor with the School of Health System Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TISS, Mumbai. He was director at National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, NIHFW, during 2019 to 21, crucial COVID period. He has been working with the TISS since last 20 years, and he started Masters of Public Health program with a specialization in social epidemiology in June 2008 in TISS. He is guiding research projects of PhD, MPhil, MPH, MHA, and DHA students at TISS. He wanted to join us here physically, but then due to some emergency engagements, he had to be in Delhi today, and he's joining us online. So welcome, Dr. Harshad.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. Thank you.
So to begin with, I will ask a common question to all the speakers. I would expect the panelists to answer in 3 to 5 minutes. And the question is that, according to you, what is the impact of population growth on India in general? So, Dr. Dalvi, sir.
One thing, population growth will affect all the sectors. Here at present, we are restricting ourselves with the health sector. But the population growth will lead to unemployment, population growth will lead to number of housing problems and a number of problems, the air pollution and all problems, all sectors of the life, agriculture, food production, all the sectors of the life, those particularly are affected. As far as health sector is considered, and every sector will find out the solutions, how we'll tackle with the increasing population. And here some relief that in the World Population Day that has been given to us in 23, that the UN figure has given that the India population is going to be stabilized at some particular level by 2050. So our targets are at that level, whatever the estimated population that we are calculating, and according to that, what are the resources those are required for that much particular population, and how we can plan for that particular population. And even since morning, regarding the Dr. Dorpe's lecture also, the health man-force requirement for the population and all that particular thing, and all those things. So here, what are the present needs that we are very much aware, and according to that, we have to plan in the future the health manpower requirement of the hospital, requirement of the care that is required. Also, the artificial intelligence is coming into a good way, but that should be utilized in a proper fashion, proper way. There are also some endangers which are associated with it, but if we are using it in a proper way, in the Bioethics Day recently, every year that we are celebrating, protecting future population. So the protecting future population also we have to see, and the various steps in that particular direction, the ethical committees in the various institutes have to take those particularly I related with the medical field, those particular steps that we have to take. So these are in brief at the outset, those comments. I will also comment if required in that round.
So, Dr. Sanghamitra, what is your take?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. According to me, the impact of population growth on India is wide-ranging, and it has both positive and negative aspects. So positive impacts in my this thing is demographic dividend, this market potential, and innovation and entrepreneurship. So demographic dividend I'll discuss later on, which is a large young population. India can potentially benefit from a demographic dividend. This is the working age group population, and which will be larger than the dependent population, when that is children and elderly. And there is a potential for increased economic productivity and growth. So this is the positive impact. Market potential also, there is a larger domestic market for goods and services. And innovation, this innovation and entrepreneurship, larger population can lead to a diverse pool of talent for fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in various sectors. There are negative impacts. Sir has just told, that is strain on the resources, then poverty and inequality, infrastructure challenges. Accommodating a large and growing population requires substantial investment in the infrastructure, including transportation, housing, healthcare, education. Then inadequate infrastructure can hamper economic development and also quality of life. And then environmental impact. The increasing population contributes to pollution, deforestation, climate change, posing significant challenges for the sustainable development and environmental conservation. Then the pressure on the healthcare and education. Larger population means higher demand for healthcare services, for educational facilities. So without adequate investment, this can strain public services and lead to the disparities in access to essential services. So India has been making efforts to address these challenges posed by population growth through various policies and initiatives, such as family planning program, education and healthcare reforms. However, managing this impact of a rapidly growing population remains an ongoing challenge for the country's policymakers.
Thank you, madam. So I will ask it to Dr. Prakash Duke, sir.
When you have interaction with students and other faculty, we always propaganda, we publish or always claim that what we have achieved. We have achieved expectancy of life increase. We have achieved tremendous decline in maternal mortality, infant mortality. But then, let me tell, I am not pessimistic. But you compare the countries, those who got independence at about the same time of India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand. Their health indicators are far better than India. It pinches as an Indian citizen. And why this has happened? This has happened because all our planning, etc., have been hampered by population growth. And it is certainly population growth has impacts on all echelons of life. You are mentioning about few, environment, your entrepreneurship, all that have been affected. I feel that we have to overcome it, and that is the greatest challenge. Although we have done many things, we have to run faster to achieve it. I think these are my few comments.
Thank you, sir. So coming to Dr. Harshit Thakur. Please come in.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so thanks for inviting me, Dr. Vangankar. So question is quite important, the impact of population growth on India in general. And as my previous colleagues have already answered, there are multiple ways to look at it. From my side, I can say personally, I feel that we can look it from different ways, and I will like to look it at from positive way of positive view. That is, means our potential has multiple skills, and unfortunately, we are not able to exploit that particular skills. So we should try to see what are the competencies, what are the skills, and try to see that there is no means our manpower is actually going out, and other countries, other nations are benefiting from them, and we are actually educating them and then providing free resources to other countries. So we should try to see that it is used in our country for our own benefit. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arshad. These general comments by all the panelists that have set a tone of the discussion. Now we'll explore further about this population growth issue. I would like to ask Dr. Darvi sir that over the years, you have studied the population growth and the changes various which are happening in the health sector. So would you like to mention the significant impact which you have noticed in all these years?
Particularly the number of medical colleges, take one figure, has increased in multiple folds. And at present, it is more than 600 medical colleges in the country. The same situation with the allied health force also. But even in spite of that, all the requirement and everything, that is the requirement we calculate on the basis of number of doctors those are required for the population. In our country, there are certain issues which we have to ultimately answer at some or other day or other point. Doctor population ratio, as it has been rightly mentioned in the morning also in the session, that doctor population ratio for as far as our country is considered, the WHO says, and when we compare with our country, we have to express in a two-way the requirement of the doctors. The modern doctors, those are available in our country, and the allied or the Ayush doctors. Ayush doctors are also providing the health care. We cannot deny their contribution. Those are present in the rural area where the all modern doctors, those are not available at many places, and those are providing the healthcare, the good work. So how this particular channelization, and with the increasing population, the population is increasing this manpower. So all the utilization of a manpower, all the utilization of this health manpower in a right way. Say the allied branches. In the allied branches also, different types of designations are there for the allied manpowers. The technicians we take, those are the various programs, those are running, degree programs are running, diploma programs are running, monthly certificate courses are running. So these are some uniformity in all these particular efforts, and some channelization that is required, and some approval. The efforts are being taken in this particular direction. Even for the allied health programs also, the council has come into the picture. Just like for the medical program, the council is in existence, National Medical Commission. For dental also, now the commission is coming into existence. In the recent parliament, that particular bill is there. For nursing also, the nursing commission is coming into the existence. For the allied health professionals, the council already has been established. So all these, particularly the health manpowers, different doctors and other allied manpowers, that is being channelization of that particular manpower, and all this will come, and we hope that with the passage of years, that will take a particular shape for the benefit of the population, and some uniformity, some direction that will be given to all this. The efforts are being done in that. All the things are very good on the paper, that is with the health programs, with the passage of years that we are seeing. When actually it comes to the implementation, then there are always some problems. Those are occurring in between and at the grassroots level. So if as a paper, the scheme is there in the similar fashion, if we are able to run that particular scheme till to the end, we will surely see the fruits of that. The efforts are being done for all these particular aspects. These all are noted facts at higher level also, and the efforts are being done, but those particular planning and the policy and very slow processes are going on that should be expedited.
Thank you, sir. You had mentioned about various changes which are happening into the manpower creation for the health services specifically, and then the medical education related developments which have happened over the years. Dr. Sangamitra, I would like to ask you that as heading the public health organization, what is the role of a professional, public health professional in response to a population explosion?
Thank you. In my opinion, we can again giving some point. That is IPHA, you know, that is largest public health, largest and the oldest public health association in India. And we have not only doctors, we have other health professionals as our member who are working in the public health. So we have a tremendous opportunity if we use it properly. So we can do like one first thing is data analysis and research, which the previous one speaker has told that IPHA can do it, that public health professionals can conduct research and analyze data to understand the extent and nature of population growth. I'm saying population growth, I'm not saying population explosion, because it is a transition period, it is growing on, and it will ultimately, it will reach some point where it will decline, now we hope, but that is 1.6 billion in 2047. And the demographic trends and its potential impact of the health indicator, this we can research. This information helps inform evidence-based decision-making and targeted intervention. This is one. We can do advocacy for family planning and reproductive health. This they can advocate for policies and programs that promote access to family planning and reproductive health services, ensuring that individuals have access to contraceptive methods and reproductive health care empowers them to make informed decision about family size and reproductive choice. Public health professionals can do the educational campaign. They can design and implement educational campaign to raise awareness about the family planning, reproductive health, and consequences of rapid population growth. These campaigns aim to dispel myths, reduce stigmas, and promote positive health-seeking behaviors. This is very necessary, actually, because there are myths and stigmas around contraceptives behavior and family planning methods. So we, this public health professionals as association, we are working in different hospitals and different in the government service and in the NGOs, and that can strengthen the healthcare service. With population explosion comes increased demand for the healthcare service. So public health professionals can work to strengthen healthcare system to meet the growing needs, ensuring the adequate access to essential health services such as maternal and child health care, immunization, disease prevention. Public health professionals can do the community engagement. Engaging the community is crucial in understanding their specific needs, is a crucial practice and beliefs related to the family planning and reproductive health. So public health professionals can work with these community leaders and organizations to foster the acceptance and support for the family planning initiatives. And also promoting the gender equality. This addressing the population growth requires promoting gender equality, empowering the women. Just now, somebody has asked about the paternity leave and all. Public health professionals can advocate for policies and programs that advances women's right, education, economic opportunity, which are all associated with lower fertility rate. Actually, we have to change. We should educate our girls. They they have to be empowered. Otherwise, they cannot think independently. So these are the things we can do. We help in the policy development, actively participate in the formulation and implementation of the population and reproductive health policies at local, regional, and national levels. These policies can have significant impact on the family planning services and reproductive health care. Environment and health sustainability, it can be addressed by the association and public health professionals. The impact of the population explosion by advocating the sustainable practices, resource management, pollution control. So environment health, you all know that it is related to the population health and well-being. And we also can do some emergency preparedness. That is, rapid population growth can strain the resources, increase vulnerability to emergencies and disasters. So public health professionals can develop and implement emergency preparedness plans and respond effectively to the health crisis, just like COVID pandemic. So these are the things I can remember. Yes, we can do some monitoring and evaluation also. This continually monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the population and reproductive health programs. This enable them to identify successful intervention, address the challenges also, adapt strategies as needed. So overall, public health professionals through their expertise, research, advocacy, and community engagement are instrumental in mitigating the challenges posed by population explosion and promoting the health and well-being of the individual and communities. That is all.
Thank you, Dr. Sanghamitra. Thank you for describing the comprehensive role of the public health professional in this dealing with this situation. I don't know among the participants, but in this hall there are more females than the males. So your initiative of giving importance to gender equality, definitely they are pleased with it.
Yeah, we believe in gender equality in IPHA.
So coming to Dr. Lopez, that yes, the private organizations, the professional organizations, they will play their own role. I would like to ask you, with your experience with the government over the years, that how the government health services have dealt with this situation of population growth so far.
Dr. Vaingankar, you have asked this question very modestly. This is reframed from a press reporter. They will say what government has done to control this problem. So let me answer in that smell or that favor. We know all. 70 years back, India was the first country officially announced a national program for family planning. Tell me, was not the government the greatest visionary at that time? Yes, it was. Government was the most visionary. And then gradually, not only family planning, although initially it was only some service to the patient coming, or not patient, persons coming to the clinic. That gradually importance was increased to extension education. Then again, it was increased to so many cases. It's all based upon national and international current. And our health philosophy, the planners, they modified the program accordingly. But then this, one of the most important contribution, I believe, was introduction of intrauterine contraceptive devices. Many of the young persons may not be knowing. The earliest IUCD was called as Lippis loop. And that was very, very badly and goodly accepted in both sides. There were number of acceptors and there was criticism also. There was a separate department of family planning come out of health services. These are all contributions made from the government. Not only that, in 1972, India had Act MTP rules, and MTP Act. The main objective of the act was to provide safe and comprehensive abortion services. The reason behind that was maximum maternal deaths were occurring because of infection and because of abortion. So that was the main, underlying this main objective. The hidden agenda was also to control population. It has a two-way sword. Then again, its program was nicely going on, wonderful acceptance and good progress. But unfortunately, the first and important bad patch in the family planning was 1975, emergency. In the emergency, there was extensive coercion to accept family planning. And let me tell my opinion. One of the most powerful prime minister has lost election against a common man, Mr. Raj Narayan, was a just ordinary Janata Dal person. He defeated the most powerful prime minister. The major role of emergency, but there was also role of forcing family planning. And after that, government was compelled to change the name to family welfare. And accordingly, there were many modifications. After Cairo conference, the name was changed to RCH, and our latest name is RMCH plus A. And I further want to add that we must have preconception, because that is the area in a woman's lifespan that is missing, that is not covered under RMCH plus. This was all included in family planning policy or population policy 2000. But you will ask why there were no population policies after 2000. The simplest reason is that this population concept was included in health policy. Even in 2007 health policy, this population control concept is fairly has shared. What government has not provided? Government has provided all resources for cafeteria. Let me tell you, long back that was the social marketing of condom. I believe that condom before few decades was a taboo. Now it's not a taboo. It's a social marketing. Condom is easily available anywhere. The next important was emergency contraceptive pills. Latestly, PPI-UCD. These are all. And last in this cafeteria, it was injectable like Antara and Centochrome. What is the net result of this? I'm only speaking of the past. The net result I can tell you by in year 2020, India has already achieved TFR of 2. 3 years back, we have achieved the TFR 2. But then there are states like Bihar where the TFR is still 3. And Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, it is 2.5. But there are islands of excellence also. Delhi, West Bengal, and Tamil Nadu, they are having TFR only 1.4. Therefore, I believe this process of supporting from government will continue and certainly will help in controlling the population.
Thank you, sir. Your vast experience has narrated the steps which our government has taken so far. Dr. Harshad, you must be listening to all the panelists. I would like to ask you that what changes are required in the approach of a public health expert in view of a population growth?
Yeah. So what I think now, our population structure is changing, and we used to have pyramid-like structure, that is more younger population at the base and tapering apex, that is less and less geriatric population. But now it is almost like rectangle. So we have huge number of aging population. We also have working population and youth. And also we have more and more children. So we have almost like a rectangle structure. Also, the public health issues are changing. So we used to have usually communicable diseases, but now we have another burden of non-communicable disease also. And again, that differs from age group to age group, region to region, and as per the demographic characteristics. So we have to, means we need to do research in all these kind of different things. And we cannot depend on other countries' experiences for this. Means we must have our own database, our own research. And unfortunately in India, we are not getting enough funding for this research. So I think that government should provide more and more support, and more support from even private organizations or corporate can be explored. And we have huge CSR, so that can provide research opportunities. Another thing is this research will help us in identifying what are the policy changes required to tackle these different public health issues emerging out of this changing population dynamics. And through this, the policy changes can be suggested. And I'm sure our bureaucrats and Democrats, politicians, they will be happy to receive this policy input from public health expert, because we have seen that during COVID, it was the public health only who contributed a lot of support to manage the COVID pandemic in India. So, and in world also, the India's response was quite appreciated. So we should not miss this opportunity. Public health has got prominence during COVID time, and we should use this positively. So we should use this also for this population issue. Actually, population, I don't consider population as issue, but public health issues coming out of this population changes. And so once we are able to bring out these policy changes, then it can lead to implementation implementation in various programs. As Professor Doke has already explained, we are changing our programs as per the requirement. But now, since the changes are happening at a rapid pace, we have to keep our changing, we have to keep our monitoring and evaluation also active. So that also needs to be, all these things should happen concurrently. Means we should not, we should have experts in all the fields working simultaneously. So there has to be some interdisciplinary manner by which this can be done. Unfortunately, in India, various disciplines, they work in their own island. So we need to have this multidisciplinary approach. Like public health issue, public health is a multidisciplinary science. And so I think that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Harshad. So at changing times, the changing approach, as you had mentioned, will be needed with more scientific way, and then more inclusion of the policies and the strategies, as you have mentioned.
Yes.
Coming to Dr. Doke again, there is a question which has appeared in the chat box during our panel discussion. Since you mentioned regarding the family welfare services, which the government is focusing on and implementing and all. So the question here from Dr. Akash is, in our day-to-day practices, we encounter that some community person does not believe in contraception and family planning method. So how do we approach and counsel them? So that is a question. And with that, I would also like you to discuss that what steps are needed to focus further on the family welfare services, and what steps the government should be taking in future.
Yeah. Let me tell you, our 5 fingers are not having same length. Some are short, some are long. Similarly, in our community, everybody will not accept family planning to the same extent. They cannot be measured in one item, one scale. There will be some variability, and there will be reasons of variability also. So as a good administrator, we have to identify what are the reasons of the resistance and tackle the resistance. It's a simple managerial skill. We know there are some orthodox people who don't want to limit the children. For them, forget about limiting children. Give this is a sugar-coated pill. I give one example. In our tribal area, Amaravati, Meghat, women were very reluctant to accept iron and folic acid. The reason was that they feel if they take iron and folic acid, the baby will be very large and there will be difficulties in delivery. So what we have changed, we have removed the concept. We said that you get breathless and if you take this tablet, your breathlessness will stop. So there was improvement. So we have to advocate about the advantages and then probably the rest will be slightly reduced. That is, of course, we have to tackle this. The second thing you are saying that what will be the steps? Let me, my young friends, say that when you achieve rank 1, whole family is very happy, right? Here we have surpassed China, but we are not happy. Why this is right? And this is not happened in 2023. We Indians deceive the speculations. Earlier, it was speculated that India will overtake China in 2027. Then they say that we will overtake in 2024. We deceived them all. We surpassed China in 2023. But young friends, remember, this was made earlier also, that the speed is more than expected. I'm not good, I'm not any party, belong to any party, but in 2009 only, Honorable Prime Minister has given a signal. They said, it's a time to rethink, refocus on our program. And accordingly, there we can say that the steps can be immediate step and long-term step. What has been started after this? The youngsters must be knowing that the approach should be state specific. Where there is a need, there should be more priority. And accordingly, Mission Parivar Vikas program has started in 13 states which very badly needed it. They are like, we know, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and 7 sisters of Northeast. Again, let me tell you, I have given example of coercion. Again, there should be no coercion. In 2009, when I smelled, when the state smelled that we are surpassing China earlier than expectation, in the Rajya Sabha, a bill was introduced. And the bill says that there will be penal action against people who are having more than 2 children, including debarment from contesting election and dismissal from benefits and decrease in the benefits under public distribution system. Not only that, all public sector persons have to give undertaking that they will not consume more than 2 children. So what was this? It was indirect coercion only. And with the past experience, Honorable Health Minister has to intervene and withdraw the bill. Unfortunately, we are not still happy. Next year, not next year, after 2 years, similar bill is in now UP Assembly. I do not know what will happen, but the still bill is there. But I personally feel, and all our philosophy, public health expert, medical practitioner feel that there should not be coercion, no disincentive. Give incentive, whatever you like. So that can be steps, motivation, and motivational, only motivation. Area specific approach, I told you. Then the area specific approach also, one of the difficulty which we have to overcome, that there is tribal area, inaccessible area. And India consists of small villages where the approach is difficult, where the provision of services is difficult. There we have to reach. And to reach, sustain, maintain in the states where we have already achieved, and motivate in states and areas where we have to achieve. Slight caution in here. Caution is that when you are reach TFR of 1.4, will the state will go in the direction China went or Korea went? In Korea, young friends, although everything is atomized, the all vehicles, Hyundai, etc., they come from Korea. Many watches, many computers, they come from Korea. They are facing the problem in spite of everything mechanized, no labor force. So those states which are at 1.4 TFR, they have to take care. We want to revert like China. We want to revert like Korea. We have to think. I will not give any opinion. We all have to decide that. The only thing is that what indirectly can help is the family system. If there is a family system, we need not say reply or say against or for it. So these are the few steps, I think. And in the few states, what is most important is political willpower in those states. Mass media campaign. And from the morning, we are discussing women empowerment. When women empowerment is given, automatically this takes over, or we can overcome the problem. I think.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I think
Dr. Prashad.
Yes.
Dr. Prashad,
Yes, yes.
I'll just give one answer for this young doctor's question. That counseling of for contraceptive is actually difficult, and especially there are many myths, because there are either there is some problem in one of the contraceptive, like it has been expelled or something. So that is becoming story and myths and all these things. So it is better what practically we can do, that is peer volunteer. The person who has taken a contraceptive, like my cup of tea. So if she is not experiencing any problem, she can advocate in the society if she is willing. This is one. And second thing is, sir has told that family planning, family welfare, this family welfare was separate ministry earlier, and now it is health and family welfare ministry, and it is adjacent, it is attached with the hospital. Hospital is actually doing more, it's not preventive, it is more emergency, it's a curative service. And this family planning, it's a preventive service which always take a backseat when it is always in the hospital. So think about, means policymakers should think about this, that family welfare should be separate, and it has to be outside the hospital and not within the hospital, because whenever somebody is coming to the hospital, he or she thinks that he is coming for some disease, and it is not for a disease, it's for their own well-being. So these are the two small things I wanted to say.
Yeah, true what you had said. So actually, in public health, the problems are never simple. They're always complex. And solutions are also, we need to find out the appropriate and then practical based. I mean, there could be important issues which Dr. Dokesar has also raised, like the woman empowerment can help quite a lot, especially there could be the things like the religious beliefs and then the other issues which result into the reluctance for the family planning, and they can be dealt more with the peer volunteer mechanism, and that can help into the counseling. So we need to think appropriately about what could be the solution for that particular situation. Coming back to you again, Dr. Sanghamitra, that you did mention about the positive impact of the demographic dividend, basically, that the population growth is going to be beneficial also for the country. At the same time, these demographic changes, which will also bring out the dependency burden as the geriatric population is rising. And as a public health organization, that also can play a quite important role into dealing this situation in future. So what would be your comments on that?
So first, I'd say about the positive impact of the demographic dividend. So demographic dividend, we all know that it is the economic growth potential that arises from the changes in a country's age structure, typically characterized by a large proportion of the population being in the working age group. So this situation occurs when the number of working age individuals surpasses the dependent population, when children and elderly, leading to several positive impacts on the economy and society. So first is economic growth. A large working age population, it can boost economic productivity as more people are engaged in the labor force and contribute to the production of the goods and services. This increases the working age population can lead to the higher economic growth rates. Then second is increased savings and investments. With a higher number of people in the workforce and relatively fewer dependents, if there is after some time, not now, and households tend to save more, increased savings can translate into higher investment rates and promoting economic development and infrastructure improvement. So demographic dividend can be, we will realize this demographic dividend when our dependency ratio will be reduced. And this reduced dependency ratio means there are fewer dependents, children and elderly, relative to the working age population. Just now, our other panelists said that it is a almost quadrangle population. It's not a pyramid now. So we are in a better position now because more working group, but there are dependents. And the increased consumer spending also. So growing a working age population with higher disposable income can drive increased consumer spending, leading to the expanded market for goods and services, which also can, in turn, can stimulate the economic growth. And then innovation and entrepreneurship. A larger pool of young educated individual can foster innovation and entrepreneurship. These young individuals often being a fresh ideas and perspectives, leading to the development of the new business, technologies, and industries. Dividend can create more job opportunities as the working age population expands. This can help reduce unemployment. This is actually policymakers, they have to think very carefully and produce the job opportunity and for the livelihood. Public revenue growth, economic growth can accelerate due to the demographic dividend, and government can benefit from the increased tax revenues. This revenue can be reinvested in the social and economic development program. Then social investment. The reduced dependency ratio allows government and societies to allocate more resources to critical social investment, such as education, healthcare, poverty alleviation, and lastly is the poverty reduction. The economic growth facilitated by the demographic dividend can have a positive impact on poverty reduction, as I think it's a utopian thing that is a better job opportunities and improved living standards. It's actually political will, and it's a better policy making and planning and infrastructure management. Then only job will be created, better investment on the education. These are all because poverty reduction, in my opinion, is it a myth or not? That is a question. So these are the things. Any more question you have asked me? Dependency.
Dependency
Yeah.
burden in the geriatric.
Regarding
So dependency burden is aging population and the children. So aging population, I'm just saying that because the more young group who are entering the workforce And then ultimately, there are more aging population for the better mortality ratio now, and for the all the life support and everything. So aging population is more, and after some time, this working population will also enter in the aging population. After some time is after years after it. So this country experiences demographic changes and transition towards the aging population, and proportion of the elderly individual increases relative to the working age population, and shift can result in higher dependency burden, and resources may be required to support the healthcare and social service for the elderly. And there will be healthcare and pension cost. There are people who are getting pension. With an aging population, the demand for the healthcare, obviously, the healthcare service, it will be increased. Pensions, if there is pension, it is typically increased. Then providing healthcare facilities, long-term care service, pension benefit can impose financial strains on the working age population and also on the government. Then labor market implication, it will be there because elderly population may lead to the an increase in the elderly population may lead to labor market challenges, such as potential shortage of the skilled workers if there are not enough young people entering the workforce to replace retiree. I don't know this is good or bad. I have seen in Australia, there are older people who are working. They are very happy. I have seen this happiness index is quite high there. And this happy older people, they are working after their retirement from their government service or from their service. They are working in other sector and they're happily doing it. Their health well-being is also good. So these are one thing which we also can face. And social security systems, including pension schemes and healthcare program, may need to be adapted to address the needs of an aging population effectively. So failure to do so, that will lead to inequalities and hardships for the older individuals. Then intergenerational transfers. The dependency burden also, it will involve intergenerational transfers of resources, where the working age population supports the younger and older generations. This can impact the economic well-being of the families and the individual. There is fiscal pressure, increased demand for healthcare, social service, pensions can exert significant pressure on government budgets. So policymakers must plan, manage public finances effectively to address the dependency burden. So these are the things. To address this dependency burden, it requires actually comprehensive and forward-thinking policies that balance the challenges and opportunities presented by demographic changes. So promoting active, healthy aging to prolong productive participation in workforce, just now I said about Australia. Then encouraging policies that support work-life balance, such as parental leave or paternity leave and flexible work arrangements to facilitate women's participation in the labor force. Then investing in healthcare and social services to meet the needs of the aging population. Implementation reforms in pension system to ensure sustainability and adequacy for the retirees. Then fostering intergenerational solidarity and social cohesion to strengthen support networks within families and communities. This is very necessary. And ultimately, acknowledging and addressing the dependency burden is essential for achieving inclusive and sustainable development, particularly in the context of the changing demographic patterns. So this is dependency burden, what policymakers and health professionals we can address.
Thank you, madam. Madam, you have explained all the points nearly. Certain two thoughts came to my mind, which I would like to explain. Particularly, this population pyramid and the shape of population pyramid will change after some decades more. The vulnerable group, we were discussing particularly the children population and the females in the reproductive age group, that So in addition to that, the third vulnerable group of geriatric population will come into the picture of that. The one thing, as you have rightly mentioned, healthful living, that is to be promoted as the life expectancy is also increasing. So healthful and the productive living of the aging population. Even in the service sector also, the retirement age is being increased in the various health sectors. You have given the nice example of Australia. I remembered one example in the Japan, which is having the most aged population of the world in that particular country. And in the Japan, many persons start the second inning after the age of 60 years, third inning after the age of 80 years, and like that, and up to the 90 and 100 years, they are living, they are doing the work as per their physical capabilities and all that. So, but the healthful living, and according to the age, they are capably working in that particular age. So these are the few points I would like to share.
Sir, after retirement, this is third inning after retirement.
Yes, he is a good example of that.
Thank you, sir. Coming back to Dr. Harshad Thakur, we have been discussing about the various international experiences to deal with this situation. In fact, some of the European countries have developed the negative growth and they are dealing with a different kind of a situation. Do you like to share anything about any effective global measures or experiences to deal with the situation?
Yeah, so this is very important in the current situation. For example, I will take example of few countries like China. China initially had one-child policy, and now they are realizing that one-child policy is not working, and now they are allowing more children per family. Another example is Japan. Japan is having huge burden of aging population. So again, there is a challenge in front of Japan. Then US, Europe, European countries, as you mentioned, they are also having a lot of issues. Some countries are facing working population shortage, and they are mainly dependent on migrants. And again, migrants are having problem in those particular countries also because of racism. So there are various issues coming to other countries like African countries or South Asian countries, poor countries. There is a population explosion and poverty. So that is a cycle, and this cycle still continues. And so we need to take some positive points from these things. And actually, we are having all these issues. We are also having, I have already mentioned, and other colleagues have already mentioned, we are already having aging population. We are also having poverty. We are also having more and more younger and working population. So all these population issues are there. And we are looking at population explosion. And now currently we are number 1. And I am sure we will be there for next at least 1 century or more. So that is unavoidable. So we have to think that how we can leverage it for our betterment. So that should be our agenda, because it is very difficult to control already grown population and we cannot go back. So I think from all these things, how we approach the situation is important. So from we can learn from other countries, and we have to use those measures as per our requirements. So we have this, for example, IC, information, education, communication, social marketing, then behavior change communication. So we should use these opportunities, use these measures for improvement. Also, we can use now currently social media, OTT platform. So all this can also be utilized for changing the awareness and all these things in common man, layman, working population, and policymakers. I am targeting all population. It is not only one group we should target at. Then another thing is we have different states, different languages. So we should see that this audio, video material which we are producing, it caters in, means it is produced in all different languages and it is distributed, and it should be, means the purpose is to create more and more awareness. So that is important. And we should always think about this changing technology. So changing technology, we should use it for as per the changing public health requirement needs and as per the population requirement needs. So that is, I think, what we need to learn from other countries. Other countries are also, there are few examples where we are having this population explosion is beyond any management. So that is also another issue. Like many countries are trapped in this inflation and population explosion cycle. So that is also another thing we should be careful, and we should be able to forecast. We have these various institutes and they should help in preparing proper policies and programs.
Thank you, Arshad. What you had said is right. I mean, while learning from the experiences of other countries, we also need to understand that India is having actually countries within the country. I mean, that variation is there. That all that we need to take a consideration while finding out the solution. Now, with the population.
Oh, I will like to add one more thing here. In between, we had one World Health Day theme: think globally, act locally. So in population explosion also, this can be used. Think globally, we should learn from others, but act in manner which is useful for our country.
Yes, so we should find local solutions.
Yes.
Now, as the population is rising, at the same time, the life expectancy has also increased. And then, though it is average 72.5, that one more reason for women to be happy is that for male it is 71 and for female it is 74. So, coming to that, what is the role of the gender equality and prominence to women in dealing with this situation?
Yeah, this question is important.
From Institute of TIS, Tata Social Sciences. So from that social orientation, what would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I am from TSS, but I am from public health community medicine background. So please don't take it as a view of social sciences. Anyway, so this is quite important perspective which needs to be addressed, and this is essential. And means from my own view is that yes, women play very important role, but we should not only target women. Means it should be a joint responsibility of both male and female. Means this population, if you are looking it as a problem, then both women and men should take equal responsibility. And for that, we need to target the this group in their initial period. That is their schooling period, adolescent period, and youth period. So that should be our approach. And from that period, we should see that they understand what do you mean by gender equality, what is the role of male and what is the role of female as far as population explosion and family planning is concerned. Because family planning, family welfare, public health all go hand in hand. So that is how I look at it. But again, social scientists have different perspectives, and I'm sure in TISS there are so many social scientists that they will definitely have different answers for this. Okay. Anyway, I think I thank you all of you for giving me time and opportunity. Unfortunately, I have to leave. I have to flight to catch. So thanks a lot. Thank Dr. Vengankar. Thanks Dr. Dalvi, Dr. Doke, and Madam Shangamitra Ghosh, Madam. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Aisha.
Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, all panelists elaborated the issues in detail, and we are exceeding the time also. So we'll come to the end of this panel discussion. And I thank all the panelists for their active participation and bringing out the issues. In the morning session, we had presentations from Dr. Uday Shankar Mishra, who had talked about the journey to demographic dividend, and then presented the statistics and beautiful graphs which were enjoyed by all the participants. Then there was a presentation by Dr. Sanjay Jodhpe on the health workforce in India and the current status and future projections. And then he dealt about the issues which are there due to the shortfall of the health workforce, and then what could be the solutions. Then Dr. Rajveer Balwar had talked about the morbidity shift, the challenges for policymakers, planners, and implementers. And then he brought about the importance of the dealing with the situation of the epidemiological transition and then the changing approach into the public health practice as well as in the medical education. Then post-lunch session, Dr. Gajanan Vella has presented about the uplifting the voices of women and girls to unlock the infinite possibilities, the theme of this World Population Day. And then now in the panel discussion, we have discussed the various aspects and the concerns which have been raised by the speakers in the morning session, and then tried to discuss about the various possible solutions. So with that, I think we can near to the end of this today's CME, and I would like to.
I would request Honorable DC sir to kindly felicitate.
Yes, the online panelists we could not felicitate, so please accept our felicitation in words. Dr. Dokhe sir is here. We would like to felicitate him.
I feel that.
All good things come to an end. So will the CME. So I would now request Dr. Prasad Mangankar to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Won't take much time because it's quite late.
Thank you, Dr. Prashad. I'm leaving. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks for
you all.
joining. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I sincerely thank our Honorable DC sir for providing the necessary support for this CME, all the officials of MGMIHS, all the panelists and the speakers who enthusiastically participated in the CME, all the delegates which were present online as well as offline. There was a large number of registration and a large response to this CME with online participation. Obviously, I would like to thank the MMC observer for remaining present and then attending this CME and observing from the Maharashtra Medical Council. As you are aware, the Maharashtra Medical Council has awarded 2 credit points for the today's CME, and all the delegates and the participants will be getting the e-certificates in the next week. I also thank the support from the IT department, Mr. Anil, for providing all the IT assistants for the entire day. And I thank obviously all the students and with all faculties and all my department of community medicine for wholeheartedly making the preparations for making this CME successful. Thank you, everybody. And with that, we conclude this session with the national.
Thank you, everybody.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
तो सर आता